Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. This is the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee, the start of our multi-year budget debate. I'm going to read out a statement. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for Council standing and advisory committee meetings and information upon request. To make a request for any city service, please contact accessibility@london.ca or 519-661-2489 extension 2425. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact sppc@london.ca. We're going to proceed through the agenda as scheduled. You'll see that we have a consent item and then a presentation from staff, and then I'll make a few comments after that, and then we'll proceed right into the budget debate. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Turner.
With respect to funding for the Middlesex London Health Unit, I declare pecuniary interest as I'm a member or an employee of the Middlesex London Health Unit. With respect to funding for children's services, any funding specific to transfers to ChildReach, my wife is an employee of ChildReach.
Others? Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Chair. Anything to do with childcare, as my wife operates a daycare. Also, with regard to Fanshawe College, I have a conflict, have 2 full-time students in the family.
Any other disclosures? Councillor Helmer, Deputy Mayor Helmer, sorry.
Thank you. The golf operating budget, as my dad works for the National Golf Course Owners Association in the City of London as a member.
Any further disclosures, colleagues? Okay, seeing none. We have a consent item. The report was provided to you this morning. This is an update on the public engagement feedback. This report is for receipt, so I would look for a mover and a seconder for receipt of that particular report. Mayor Holder, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Any discussions or questions on this item? No, seeing none, then we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Hillier, Councillor Sully. Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Okay, that brings us to our scheduled items, which is a presentation from our staff setting up our debate on the 2020 to 2023 multi-year budget. You have the slide presentation in front of you, but there will be a visual display too if you want to flip to that screen, and I'll hand it over to our treasurer for that.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just going to do a very brief overview just to get us started in terms of what the game plan is of how we're going to go through the start of the debate for the multi-year budget. So just to walk you through, we'll go through the decision points in terms of how we're going to go through all of the budget deliberations. We'll just give a really brief overview of the taxpayer impact and link to the tax policy. I'm just going to highlight some of the key principles that we've talked about before and some of the process that we're going to walk through for budget deliberations that we're suggesting. So just to walk you through, this chart now gives you a summary in totality of all of the base budgeted that is before you as well. Now this also, so what we're doing is we've separated again what is between recommended and for council's consideration, where we've allowed some ability for provincial impact so that you can make those decisions specifically in line with our principles about whether or not civic administration wants to look at this. The other piece is that as council walks through all of that, my slides are moving forward here without me touching it. There we go, sorry. So as we go through, so the 3.2 is based on including everything within our multi-year budget for the base to maintain our existing service levels. So when you move forward, the decision points after you've gone through the base is specifically the net levy reductions, the business cases that we have put before you for consideration, as well as the additional investments that we've broken out between a smaller portion that Civic Administration has identified as prioritized to give you a sense of how you can get started, and the remaining ones for council's consideration. So those are all opportunities for additional investment, reduced investment, and or a combination of thereof. So if those were all, basically you would have the 0.2 in terms of total reductions if they were all approved, and your additional investments would be 1.3% in totality. So when you look at the end of the day, if everything were to be approved as it stands before you, all in, it would be a total increase of 4.3 as an average levy increase over the multi-year budget period. So one of the things that I think is really, really important to get started is that when we were creating the multi-year budget, Civic Administration, noting the challenges that we had before all of council and that we were trying to face with respect to provincial downloading, increased costs for land ambulance, we spent a lot of time up front going through every single program within the city's control to identify savings. And those at the end of the day totaled 0.7% on average as a reduction. But I think it's really important to note that that totals an annual reduction by 2023 totaling $17 million. So where there was any room, Civic Administration has already removed that out of the budget before you today. So going back to find other room is going to be extremely challenging on our end without actually making service reductions to identify further things to take out that would limit the tax rate on the taxpayer. So that is as well in addition to the service review savings that were identified through the multi-year budget totaling $4 million incremental at the end of the multi-year budget. So when you look at that, that's a significant reduction over the last 4 years and what we're planning for into the next 4. So as we move forward, I think just to kind of translate that into what this means for the average taxpayer. So if we were to look at the potential increase of the 4.3% for everything, should council wish to approve absolutely everything, that would translate into an additional average impact per year for the taxpayer of $129 over the municipal services over the course of the multi-year budget. So that every $30, just to remind you again, is approximately 1% to the average taxpayer. So just linking that into tax policy, just to remind, because I think this came up at the budget public participation. So the budget is determines how much tax levy we have to fund the services that the City of London delivers. And that determines how big the pie is that we're trying to divvy up. And then the tax policy, which you will be approving shortly in the next little while, will then divvy up that pie between the various classes of residential, multi-residential, commercial, and industrial, and how that pie is going to be sliced among the classes. So to give you another illustration, the net budget, which is what we have to fund through our property taxes, is the assessed value for every property class times the tax rate. So the net budget is fixed based on your budget discussions, but if the assessed value of the properties ultimately goes up, we adjust our tax rate to go down so that the net budget is still the same. So I think this is something to look at in terms of, there's a lot of confusion about assessed values are going up and how that drives taxes. We adjust the tax rates to ensure that we're only achieving the same amount for the budget that is required. So we also have a really, really great finance flick, and I think I know a number of you have received questions. This is the link to the finance flick. It can be accessed on our budget page, and this is something I think that is really handy, that if you haven't looked at it, I encourage you to do so, and it's a really great tool to send to your constituents if they have any questions. So just touching on our financial principles, I'm not going to go through them in detail. They're on page 22 of your budget document. However, there is one that I do want to focus on specifically, is that the reserve funds that are shown in your document, we have at the back in the section on the reserve funds, it shows what the forecasted balances are into the future. They do not include the impact of any draws required to fund any potential business cases that you might approve. So because those are all additional, we did not, I guess, commit those balances prior to any council decisions so that we can look. So if they were all approved, we would in fact see a $61 million change if we were to move forward. So I think that's just something to point out, that if you're looking at that, they will decrease in fact based on council's decisions. So walking through how we expect to go through the next potential 6 days that we have set up over the course of the next 3 weeks. The very first part is that we're going to walk through all of the multi-year budgets that are operating as well as capital, including the capital forecast for all of our service areas. So they are in order as we've identified in the resolutions in your documents before you. So we will walk through all of the operating capital at the same time. So that is a bit of a change in how we've done it in the past. So you can see both the entire picture for all of the service areas as you move forward. Then the next step as part of those reviews will include the provincial impacts. So those, as you go through each service area, the ones that are highlighted in red will show you where the provincial impacts are impacting those areas, that there will be specific separate decision points for each and every one of those. So the very next step will then, after that's completed, we will then begin going through the business cases for the potential reductions that have been put in front of you. We will then review all of the business cases for additional investments. And then there's some housekeeping recommendations at the end that are part of our standard process. And at the very end, we'll move forward to do water and wastewater and treatment budgets. So that is how we're moving forward. Now, the only other reminder that I think I want to provide is that through the mid-year operating report, we had identified a potential surplus of about $4.5 million for the 2019 year end. And that we had set that aside as a potential opportunity that should council wish to smooth or help mitigate some potential impacts, we do have that money set aside that council could consider to help offset some potential impacts and smooth the impacts in over the course of the 4 years as a result of all the provincial impacts. Now, one of the really important things that we will use throughout our deliberations is we have a tax model. It's got a graph and it'll show and summarize the impacts of all your decisions as you go along. So as we go through each area, we will be able to put it up on the screen and you will be able to track what the impact is over the course of the 4 years of potential decisions that are being made. So if anything is deferred or you're increased, et cetera, this will show the average impact as well as the year-over-year impact for all of the decisions as we move forward. So if at any time you wish to stop and look at that, in between, we'd be happy to bring it up and we'll put it up on the screen. My staff will be tracking all of the decisions there so you can see in real time what the impact is on what you're doing so far. So it's a very useful tool that I think you will find visually very helpful in terms of the decisions that you might make. So that is, I think that's really all I had in terms of formalities, and I will turn it over to the chair now and we will launch into our budget deliberations process. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm going to say a few comments, and I'm going to have you stay, well, you can go to either podium, in case colleagues have questions about anything in your presentation. I will say, with respect to the tax model, as the treasurer said, this is something that will be available to us at any point during the discussion. If anybody would like to see the impacts of a motion, either for or against, that can be pulled up, put on the screen. Because the budget on some items spreads the cost differently across the different years. It will change the tax rates differently in each of those individual years, but the tax model will show you both the average increase as well as the impacts on any given year if you're interested in that piece of information. So colleagues just need to realize we may not look at that every single time, but anytime you want that pulled up for your reference, we can put it on the screen so that you have that at your disposal as a tool. As for proceeding through the debate portion, a couple of just items to be aware of. In your agenda package that you were given, you have the agenda as traditionally is shown in in the system. And then you have a series of pages starting on page 6 after that, which are all of the decision points that we can make in the budget. And so where we said things would be like provincial impacts would be pulled out as separate decisions, that's where you will see these articulated in, say, the culture budget. All the subcomponents of the culture budget are there, and those are all decisions that we can make within the culture budget on each and every one of those. So you'll have that for every service area in the city starting on page 6, and those are really the decision points that we'll proceed through through the budget debate. The agenda has some restrictions on how it's structured. We wanted it to be clear and clean, but wanted you to have all of those decision points in your agenda as well. As for proceeding through the discussion, as the treasurer said, we have 6 days set aside. We sat down and talked about the progress. We have the optimistic pace of things, and we have the realistic pace of things. So, you know, we will be done when we're done, but this is one continuous meeting of council. So we will recess, it will be one meeting. That means there's some important consequences for colleagues to be aware of. It means we're just going to proceed as we go through the schedule. We stop when we stop, we continue on where we left off. If you're looking to revisit something, a motion of reconsideration is required, but it only requires a majority vote of council because it is in the same meeting as long as we continue through SPPC. So that's important to be aware of as you proceed. If there's something you want to go back to and potentially change, it is reconsideration, but it is a simple majority vote of council to go back to that item and change it. As for the structure of the days, it's my intention to, since we're starting at 9:30 each day, we're gonna have a 30-minute break for lunch around 11:45, 11:45 or so, which means we will basically run continuous until that point. In the afternoons, I'd like to take just a 15-minute break at about the 2:30 mark, so people can get up, stretch, use the washroom, get some water or whatever they need. And then at 4:15, I'd like to not have a new item after that point. So we will start new items and we will finish them all the way up until about 4:15. At that point, we wouldn't start a new item. We just continue on to the next day. So we'll continue, we'll finish that item and then we'll go on to the next day. Obviously, I'm at the will of council if you'd like to do something different, but since this is a continuous meeting, I think if we have a structure that we follow, we'll see how that goes. We can adjust it, but at least we'll just continue on. With the breaks and the lunch, I know that there's always a desire to say, let's finish the item we're on. In some cases, that item can take an hour. So my preference is, since we're at one meeting, it's only council, there's no public participation, that we stop at the scheduled times, we take the break or the lunch, and we come back and we proceed with the debate at that point, and that will keep us on track and not condense the schedule. So that's how I'd like to proceed as chair, and if anybody has any issues with that, you can let me know through the course of the meeting, and if that's not working, we can adjust on future days, but I'd like to try that for the first day. With that, I think that's all the housekeeping things that I had to address. Are there any questions for the treasurer on the presentation? Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, and this might be a question either for staff or to you, Chair. As we go through this process, I just want to understand, we've got a tax levy model that will show in real time impact to our tax levy. As we make decisions, if at the end of the day, when we see that those decisions aren't working out to where we want them to for the net impact, do we have the ability to go back and revisit decisions that we make?
Yes, so that's what I was referring to when I said reconsideration. As we continue through the decision-making, we will make decisions on the different service areas as well as the business cases. Before the meeting concludes at the end, any councillor can go back and revisit any item through a motion of reconsideration. If that passes, we would have a subsequent debate on that particular item, and we would proceed that way. As for the tax model, it has the ability to basically turn off and on every piece of decision-making that has been loaded into it, and if there are new decisions that we need to build into it, our staff can do that with a little bit of time fairly quickly. So we have the ability to adjust the model continuously to see what options are, and we have the ability to go back and revisit things through our procedure bylaw processes. Other questions? Councillor Lewis and then Councillor Squire.
Thank you, Chair. First question to you,
pretty sure I know the answer to this, but for colleagues' benefit as well. I know that we have some representatives from our boards and commissions here with us as well. I see some friendly faces from the library board up in the gallery. So if colleagues have questions with regard to budget items specific to those staff members, are they able to answer those questions from the gallery mic? Yes, so what we would do is we would refer the questions to our senior leadership team, and then they may ask members of the boards and commissions to answer that, or the treasurer. So we'll go through our staff in case they've been working with the boards and commissions and may have the immediate answer right away, but should additional information be required, all of the members of the boards and commissions leadership are here to support our decision making, so that's an option for sure. And second, through you to our staff, and specifically through you to Ms. Barbone, I know that the information is there in the package, but I think it's very important that colleagues have these items top of mind as we go into our deliberations. We kind of, you know, I don't want to dismiss the presentation, but we kind of skipped over really the core principles of our budgeting process that have allowed us, particularly when it was at risk in the early 2000s, to maintain the city's AAA credit rating. And I wonder if Ms. Barbone could just give us a really brief, sort of high-level, quick reminder of what those principles are that have guided the city in terms of being able to maintain that AAA credit rating. Ms. Barbone.
Thank you, through the chair. So I think probably just to sum it up in a couple of really key bullet points, or even a couple key words, is we've decreased our reliance on debt, which I think is something through our implementation of the debt cap, we've maintained debt at a very low level for quite some time. And throughout this process, we've only increased it slightly. And again, that's been based on a very significant increase in our capital plans. So it's one of those is our very key principle. The other part is looking at the use of the reserve fund strategically, as well as ensuring that we are planning for all of the commitments and adequately planning for all our capital asset needs of infrastructure into the future. So really trying to take that measured approach and moving forward. I think probably the most important one I would say is only using one-time money for one-time sources, because what that does is it tends to push the tax impact out, and eventually if that service is going to be in place, you either have to pay for it or choose to take it out. So I think that is, there are times when it's very appropriate and can assist council, but it has to be used with a very, very measured approach. So I think that's really the biggest piece, and certainly we've always referred to the principle of not taking on the province's mandate as part of the tax base, because certainly we don't have that capacity to pay. That unfortunately creates a very significant challenge, I recognize, for council, as there are a number of impacts that have been passed through to us. So it's really going to determine in terms of what that impact is, and if council wishes to continue in those shoes, but it's not without an impact, absolutely. So I think that in a nutshell is really the key principles that have embedded in this document and in what we've provided before you, and that we would ask council to keep in mind as you continue to make your deliberations.
Councillor Squire.
I have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Chair. The city received $7.4 million back from the medical network at Western University. I just want to understand where that money is in terms of this budget. Has it been used to decrease some of the impacts in the budget? Has it been used up? Is it allocated somewhere in here? I raised this issue the other night, and I was not one of the councillors who supported spending it at that point in time, but I would like to know where it, if anywhere, it shows up in this budget.
Ms. Barbone.
Thank you, through the chair. Ms. Dadersbeer may wish to add to my comments, but I think originally out of the $7 million that was originally provided to us from the LMN, there's approximately $1 million that was utilized prior to the budget with the purchase of the home on Sylvan Street to provide the facility to move forward. So that was a decided matter of council that was already made using those funds. The remainder of those funds are part of the Core Area Action Plan business case to provide supportive housing, as well as, and I don't have it in front of me, there's another component that is listed there specifically that are there, and perhaps Ms. Dadersbeer might be able to quickly point to it while I look for it if she remembers off the top of her head.
Through the chair, only a little bit of time, and then I'll get back on that. It is in the core area action plan as well.
Okay, so she'll get you that question. You had others, though?
I'm just, I just want to be really clear on the provincial issue as I read this chart. Because a lot of people talk about downloading, and to me, downloading means the province creating an obligation for us that we have no choice on. They transfer something to us and say, you're receiving it and you're going to pay for it. As I read this chart, it's telling us that out of the provincial impacts, we have a choice today of saying 0.4%, we don't have to pick up. In other words, we have the choice of saying, look, province, you stepped out of this. It's not our job as a city to step into your shoes and provide that funding. And there's another amount, which is 0.1 of provincial impacts, which doesn't seem to have that. Is that, so it's the 0.1 money we're obligated to cover, whereas the 0.4 is money that we as a council have a choice to say we're not going to cover that?
Ms. Barbon.
Thank you, through the chair. So the way we stratified them is the recommended, the 0.1, specifically represents cost-sharing impacts that we are obligated to cost share. So a good example is that now to maintain the same level, to maintain the funding that we had previously, we now have to put in a municipal contribution to support that for childcare. So that, and there's another portion that's there that relates to Ontario Works, or sorry, the health unit, sorry, that is there specifically that we're obligated to cost share. The remainder is other impacts as a result of provincial downloading that council could choose to, I guess, more appropriately push back on the level of service that provincial funding was reduced. So a good example is the conservation areas. They have had provincial funding reduced for mandated programs that they have to deliver. That cost sharing, or that program, the remainder of the cost that the province is no longer funding, has been pushed through to the City of London to continue to pay for because they have to deliver those services. So we've put those identified specifically into the council's consideration so you can understand the impacts of that, and you can make a choice as to when you pay those funds, specific, notwithstanding the fact that the council might be obligated ultimately if the conservation authorities pass those budgets, we may have to pay the bill regardless if council doesn't put that into their budgets. But it's a choice to understand that you're taking on services and paying for them the province used to cover previously.
Go ahead. Yep.
I'm not sure I understood that. So if we say, and probably someone like me might say this hypothetically, that was the province funded that. They've chosen not to fund it anymore. Why should the City of London step in and fund it? Are you suggesting that there's going to be some ramification if that decision's made to say, no, we're not going to step in and take the place of the province? Because as I look at the tax policy and the letter you wrote, I thought it said, look, our general rule is we don't step in and replace money of the province. So I'm hearing two things, which is we have a choice, but we really can't make that choice. I really need clarity.
Through the chair. So what I'm suggesting is there will be impacts as a result of making those choices. So a really good example, I'll use the childcare as an example. Previously, up until this point in time, we have received funding from the province that has supported a number of spaces in the community to create new childcare spaces. That funding now, if we wish to continue receiving that funding, you can choose to say no, council. As a council, we're not going to continue receiving that funding, and therefore you don't have to put in the municipal share. There will be an impact as a result of making that choice, but you are not obligated as a council to continue paying that money and to receive that provincial funding. The province has given us a choice on that. It is not, you have to take that funding. They made that up. So you can say no to not receive that funding now as an example. You'll lose the ability to fund whatever you would have should you had that money and put in the municipal share. However, in the future, if you wish to take that money back and contribute the municipal share to receive it, you can make that choice then. So there is a very clear choice of whether you wish to put in your municipal share to continue receiving those funds in that particular case versus moving forward status quo, where it will cost you more to be able to receive that same level of funding you had previously. So we're not obligated to take that funding. It is now been given to us as an opportunity to continue what we're doing, but if you wish to continue that, you will now have to put in money as a municipality where we previously did not have to do that. I hope that's a little bit more clear.
No. But I'm not going to keep belaboring this. I don't, you used the childcare example again, and I wanted you to use the Conservation Authority, but I'm going to leave it because I don't want to belabor this. I want to raise the last point, and this is regard to scheduling. My colleague Russ Monteith passed away, as many of us know, former Board of Control member. His service is at 11 a.m. Russ is a longtime colleague of mine. He actually was in the office next to me. His family, I've taken over his law practice. I'm going. And so I'll be leaving here at 11:15. If there's any ability to take care, to deal with that, that's fine. Otherwise, I just want people to know I'm not ignoring my responsibilities as a councillor, but life sometimes is more important than other things.
I have Councillor Van Holst, then stick your hands up so I can get you on the list. Okay. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Worship. Just want to get some context. So I believe over the 4 years, it looks like $517 worth of increases. And my question is about our seniors who are on fixed income government pensions. Do we know how much their pensions are anticipated to increase over those 4 years? Is there somebody who has an idea of that? Or if not, how can we find that out?
Ms. Barbon.
Through the chair, I don't have that information. I'm sorry, I'd have to get back to you to look that up.
Okay.
Councillor Van Holst.
All right. Well, it seems to be that information somehow available. That'd be helpful for me. People write me and say that at the end of the month, they don't have money left for food, and if we raise their taxes, they'll go hungry longer. So that's going to be on my mind as we do this. The 4.5% or so seems like a lot. And so I'll be concerned about that. One other question just brought up by Councillor Squire, the $7.4 million from the medical project network. Yes, thank you. Is that an example of one-time funding, and are we proposing to use that for one-time expenses?
Ms. Barbon.
Through the chair, so page 89 in your business case, 86, I'm sorry, that shows the specific initiatives that are proposed to be funded as part of the core area action plan. So you will note initiative number 20 is establish more daytime resting spaces at $1.1 million. And initiative number 22 is create new housing units with supportive living arrangements at $5 million. That is one-time funding, and that will be used to support a one-time capital cost to establish those units. So that is earlier to answer the other councillor's question. And yes, those are one-time sources being used for one-time funding to support the capital.
Okay, thank you. That might be all the questions I have on the report.
Great. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to follow up with Councillor Squire's question around the provincial impacts and what we as a council are required to pay and not pay. So, because I think it's a really important question that we as a council understand as we move forward with this budget making decisions. So I'd like to speak to the council's consideration of the 0.4%, and I'd like to ask the question around conservation authorities, and through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, are we as a council legislated to support conservation authorities' budgets?
So I'm going to interject just a little bit. I think that's a great question. In our budget debate, under environmental services, on page 8 of your agenda, you'll see that there is the Conservation Authority's budgets, and separated out are the provincial impacts. So I want to get the answer to the question about whether we're required or not, but for colleagues, just so they realize, staff have done a really good job of making these clearly articulated points within the budget document, so you can see how much money are we talking about. The question about do we have to pay or not, I think is an important question for folks to understand at the start of the debate, so I'm going to say that. I just wanted everybody to know that if you're looking to where is this 0.4% within our budget debate structure, they're in those documents in the service areas clearly identified. And if you want to see that on your screen, if you clicked on 4.3 environmental services and you clicked on the words environmental services, you can see delineated all of the pieces of environmental services, including those that are provincial impacts and not, and those are the decision points will be made. So just a good point so people know that it's there and you can see those pieces. But I'm gonna get our staff to answer the question about, there is a general desire of colleagues to say, which ones can we say no to and which ones can't? And so I think you said the health unit can basically just bill us. The conservation authorities, we could say no, but they may come back and bill us. The other ones, seems like we could say no, but there are consequences to the service models. Can you clarify that and comment specifically on the conservation authorities for Councillor Hopkins?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so specific to the conservation authorities, we are required to pay the amounts that they bill us. So the Act is mandatory language, shall pay the apportioned share. There is the ability to challenge specific levies through an appeal process, but ultimately the language is that the payments are mandatory.
Any other context to be added? Ms. Barbon?
Thank you. So just to add to that, really, although that is absolutely correct, we've put that, so one might think that as a result, we would put everything in as a recommended. Because there are varying service levels that are there, because there is specifically a review that is underway, and there's consultation ongoing with the government, and there is discussion to look at that in the long term, we put that in council's consideration column so that council can weigh the changes that potentially might be there, ask the appropriate questions, and make a determination of how it wishes to proceed. There has been some confusion raised by the ministry, by others, with respect to that ability to pay, with respect to as well the consultation that's there. So I think there is some confusion about how the changes the government is looking at might roll out and unfold over the next little while. And certainly there have been some municipalities throughout the province that have been challenging significant increases, and there's been some rhetoric identified through the ministry that there might be possibly, the government has suggested that we may not have to repay those specific amounts and could push back. So I think there is some clarity that is needed over that in terms of how the review is going to unfold.
Ms. Barbon, my understanding is the review and consultation that you're talking about, there's a session in London on February 14th. Do you anticipate that we would have any further clarity or could seek any sort of clarity on that before we concluded our budget discussions?
Through the chair, certainly on February 14th is the consultation. There will be staff attending and providing input, and that is certainly some clarity that we can seek. I think Ainsley's provided the legal advice that is there. The question is the one of uncertainty in terms of how that may roll out into the future, but we can certainly ask that question then and bring that back.
Anything further, Councillor Hopkins?
No, Mr. Chair, and I just appreciate the more clarity we have as we move forward making these decisions, the better off we'll be. So thank you for that.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of quick questions. One, sorry to belabor the point, but with respect to the provincial download changes, my understanding is there's a number of programs at each of these agencies that were 100% funded. So the agencies could elect to seek provincial funding for a new program that was a focus of the provincial government at that time. They could get 100% funding to do that. And so with that came staff and resources to be able to execute that program. The province has taken a look at several of those programs and said, we're going to reduce the contribution that we give. But in order to get that, this is for Councillor Squire, if this helps in the question. In order to be able to continue to do that program, the municipality needs to contribute a portion of it, and the province will contribute the remainder. But if the municipality does not provide that, then the entire, that elective program crumbles and disappears, because there's no funding unless the municipality later wants to take 100% of the funding in order to deliver that. So childcare spaces is one of those things. Maybe there was 100 childcare spaces associated with 100% funding, but now the province will give 80% funding for the 100 childcare spaces, and the city has to give 20%. For flood mitigation programs at the Conservation Authority, there might be some new initiative that was sponsored by the previous government. In order to continue those, there's a ratio that needs to be able to do that. Is that kind of a correct summary of how that works?
Thank you, through the chair. That is a very good summary of exactly how that works. Thank you.
Thank you. My one question is very specific to one-time funding uses and how we might be able to use those strategically through this budget. I'm very cautious, and anytime that we look at one-time sources of funding for an ongoing program, recognize that just pushes the burden of a levy impact further down the road, and then it's going to hit us. Certainly pilot projects do that to us. I have one specific example in mind, but is with respect to the extended producer responsibility for the Blue Box program. We know that the entire cost of the Blue Box recycling program will be shifted to industry and off of the municipalities. We don't know the exact date of that, unfortunately, but we know that that becomes a liberation of an expense that's on the municipality that kind of corresponds with as we shift into organic waste collection potentially. Recognizing there's a period of time that might be different in that. Would it be prudent or appropriate in certain circumstances, and I'm just using that as an example, but there might be others, where you use one-time funding as a bridge when you know that there might be, when you know that there will be revenues associated with the program, perhaps a couple years down the road, that might be able to kind of defer that impact on the levy.
Ms. Barbone.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, that is absolutely an appropriate means. So that's one example. And using that very example, actually, that was one of the things that we did utilize in the budget process. Was the loss of recycling revenues was a significant challenge as the markets are trying to stabilize over the next little while. So we actually did use one-time funding to try to smooth out the next couple of years, instead of trying to take a significant loss on the revenue that we're starting to see. So there's an example, because we believe it will come back up as we look at different technologies and move forward as the market starts to move towards producer pay. But there's also a magnitude of the amount that in that case is quite significant. And because there's really not a lot of uncertainty, or there's a lot of uncertainty, we don't really know when, how much, what it'll look like. To do that on a few years basis is quite a significant one-time use of revenue. So if it didn't materialize because it's still out a number of years, we would be in a bit of a pickle trying to take ourselves back out to put that tax levy impact all at once down the road. So we've tried to smooth it, but that's certainly, if it was like a year away, I think that would be an appropriate use, as trying to look at programs as they're winding down or changing significantly when you have some certainty is a very good way to potentially use that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Turner. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this question is going to be through you to Ms. Barbone. In regards to the tax-supported budget, in April, when the city set their 5 strategic plans, one area we pulled out and singled out as a pillar on its own was creating a safe London for women and girls. There's a few areas within the document of Parks and Rec bylaw, housing, LMCH, HDC, that have a check mark for it, but yet on page 40, there's $0 allocated as an investment into this area, and it's the only area without money in the strat plan specifically allocated. Could you just speak to why that is?
Ms. Barbone.
Thank you through the chair. So when we went through the new investments, we identified specifically what the majority of the new investments and what strategic plan they most closely linked with. So the reason that box is not specifically checked is because there is nothing that is primarily allocated to that as a new investment to support. Although there are components of the various plans and new investments that are before council that would support that initiative, because it wasn't the primary area for the new investment, we didn't specifically do that just for ease of simplicity.
Probably avoid some double counting too. Yeah. Our Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. Thank you for your clarification. Just a little bit worried about the public perception that we said as a strategic priority and then we did nothing primarily to address it, but thank you for your answer.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually, through you, want to hopefully address respectfully for colleagues the situation that Councillor Squire finds himself in. I realize that members of our city staff may also want to attend a funeral service for Mr. Monteith, who served here for many, many, many years. So with that in mind, and given the number of days we have set aside for our budget deliberations, I'd like to move that today only we take an extended recess from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. To accommodate those who wish to attend Mr. Monteith's funeral.
So I realize colleagues will need to prepare in advance, so we're gonna do that as a motion, because that needs to be a decision, unless there's some unanimity that colleagues would like. Actually, let's just do it as a motion because you're moving it. So is there a seconder to take an extended break? Councillor Squire. Any discussion on an extended recess from 11 till 1 p.m.? Mayor Holder.
Since the service is at 11, actually, I think you mean 10:45, just for the purpose of precision, that's all.
10:45 to
I'm amenable to 10:45 to 12:45.
Okay.
To 1, actually.
To, yeah. No, it's 10:45 until 1 is what they're proposing now, correct? Yeah, so that's in about 25 minutes from now. Okay, so that's a motion on the floor. I don't know if we need more debate. Is there any, or I guess we can have as much debate as you like, but I think it's pretty clear. Is there any other discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-2.
Okay, I have Councillor Lewis, that's it? Okay, Councillor Lehman.
Yeah, just cycling back to Councillor Squire's comments, which I understand his concerns there and agree with them. I was going to ask if they are identified, in our documents as we go through. The staff has indicated they are. However, just so that we're clear, it'd be helpful for sure the first day as we get accustomed to the process, if they kind of indicate when we get to those points which parts are provincial impacts, because I understand some, or maybe all, I'm not too sure, would affect other funding, which would be just more than the amount of money that would be saved. So I just request that from staff. Thank you.
So I just want to make a note for colleagues too. If you look in your system and you were, for example, to click on 4.1 culture, click on the actual word, you will see articulated in the voting screen a delineation of all of the cultural components of the budget, including a component for Museum London, which excludes the provincial impacts, and then one that are the provincial impacts. So if you're looking to see what exactly those impacts are, at that time, you could obviously ask our staff to say what are the components of this. But as we proceed through the budget, you will see those items clearly identified in the actual motions we'll be making. So no one should miss it. They'll actually be articulated as motions in the discussion. But we can certainly, at any point that these come up, seek clarification on specifically what is that item if you're looking for more information. Any further questions on the debate or the presentation, sorry? Okay, we need a motion to receive the presentation. So Councillor Kaibaga, Councillor Pelosa, any discussion? Okay, we'll do that on the screen.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Okay, so that brings us to our first service area, 4.1, culture. You'll see on the screen there are multiple components to this. I think the easiest way to proceed with these areas is to deal with them as the delineations in the budget. So we got cultural 4.1A, which is the operating budget. Within that operating budget, there is I through VIII, which I guess is 7. So there are 7 items in there. On each of these, I'm just going to look for colleagues to make a motion to support that budget. If they want to deal with any of those things separately, we could do those kind of delineated areas separately. So if you want to vote separately on the museum budget and the 2 components of that, you could ask for that. That way, if there's something we generally agree on, we can proceed a little quicker. And if we want to debate each item individually, we certainly can. So at this time, I would ask if any colleagues would like to deal with components of the cultural budget in Section A, which includes Centennial Hall, Arts, Culture, Heritage Funding, Museum London, Provincial Impacts, Eldon House, Heritage, or the London Public Library separately? Or would you like to deal with them all together? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to deal with Museum London, their base and their provincial impacts separately.
Okay, so we'll deal with Museum London separately in those 2 components. Any other delineations? Okay, so does that mean I could seek a motion for II, which is Arts and Culture, Eldon House, which is VI, which is Heritage, and VII, which is the London Public Library altogether? Moved by Councillor Sallee, seconded by Mayor Holder. Discussion on that grouping of budget items. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question for you to staff in regards to Centennial Hall, that the existing 5-year agreement's coming up this spring for renewal. Do we know what that's going to look like in a change of contract? Are we hoping that the price points will stay the same, or have we heard anything?
Ms. Barbon.
Through the chair, we have not begun those negotiations and discussions with them. I would expect that we would, at this time, not necessarily make any significant changes, but I think some of that will also be predicated based on what we do to look at the use of this site in the future. Should the business case for the master accommodation plan be accepted, then there would be some change in that discussion that we would be seeking to undertake in the future.
Good. Any other discussion on that grouping of service areas? Everybody knows what we're voting on? Everything but Museum London, essentially, in the culture area? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
All right, I'm going to deal with the 2 remaining museum item Museum London items separately. So first, we'll look for a motion for Museum London budget excluding the provincial impacts. Councillor Kaibaga, seconded by Councillor Turner. Discussion on the Museum London budget excluding the provincial impacts. Seeing none, I'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Okay, Museum London, the provincial impacts for consideration, $54,000. Would anybody like to move those? Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Pelosa. Discussion on the Museum London impacts. Councillor Squire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And this is obviously an area that I'm interested in, and I'm particularly interested in the larger picture with regard to budgets, and it gives me an opportunity to talk about that. One of the things that the City of London, since I've been here, does, and I say this with utmost respect, is we move beyond the areas of jurisdiction of the municipality when opportunities arise, and we end up in this kind of a situation where we become partial funders, then larger funders, of issues that are largely the responsibility of other levels of government. And I know there will probably be discussion today about, well, if we don't fund this, something bad is going to happen. It's not going to be helpful. It's not going to be nice. But for me, when we look at our policy, which is not to fill in those areas, I have to stay consistent to that. And so I'm not going to stand up on every one of these issues and say I'm against it. It has nothing to do with whether I think these things are good, bad, or indifferent. It's a matter of principle and policy that if the provincial government makes that decision, it's the provincial government's decision. And people need to look to that level of government and say, look, they're the ones who made that decision. Go talk to them, please. So I'm not going to be going through this budget and support these areas where the provincial government has moved out of. I'm not blaming them for it. That's their right. But we also have the right to say, you know what, we're a municipal government that needs to concentrate and focus on the areas that we have responsibility for.
I won't do this very often, but I have myself on the list next. So I'm going to switch chairs with the mayor, and then he has the speaker's list here.
Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, Your Worship. So much like Councillor Squire, I've sat on the museum board and I understand the value of the services they provide, but I agree there are components of this budget that do have decision-making and consequences that have been layered onto us by decisions of the provincial government. And the provincial government is trying to balance its budget, and I understand that very well. But at the municipal level, I think there's some principles we want to stick to. In the key financial principles, as the Treasurer said, Council should avoid taking on services or programs where there is pressure to fill in for services or programs that have been reduced or discontinued by other levels of government. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario recently did their pre-budget submission to the provincial government. And in that, they articulate very clearly the role that municipalities are playing in filling in for provincial services or what have traditionally been provincial services. In that report, in their conclusion, they actually say, currently, municipal governments are spending about $3 billion annually on responsibilities that are traditionally considered provincial. At the same time, Ontario's provincial spending per capita is the lowest in Canada. It articulates a number of times in this report where municipalities continue to step into space where in other provinces this is solely within provincial jurisdiction. And so I'm not going to say this every time this comes up because I'll be chairing the meeting, but I will be joining some of my colleagues, it sounds like, in drawing a line in the sand on some of these items to say the municipality And the property tax base is not the most appropriate place to fund some of these items through the course of the budget. There are a few exceptions that I do believe we will come across where either we don't have a choice, or there are some things that I actually don't think should have been articulated as provincial downloading and are actually separate items altogether, in the transit space particularly. But on the whole, I'm going to stick to that principle of avoiding to fill in for provincial space that is vacated, even though the decisions will be very difficult and there will be certainly consequences that I do not like. But at filling in for provincial space at $3 billion already that municipalities are doing, I don't see how we can continue to creep into that space any further. And at some point in our own personal decision-making, we have to decide whether or not we'll draw a line. And I respect the decision of every member of council on how they want to proceed on this. I recognize that there are different ways that you can approach these particular decisions. I just wanted to, as I sit in the chair and vote, wanted it to be very clear why you see me vote the way that I will through the course of the budget process on this.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, and through you, I will say I concur absolutely with what we've heard from both Councillor Squire and Councillor Morgan. And I will say I certainly share Councillor Hopkins' concerns about the Conservation Authority and the provincial changes there. I think that the work that happens by all of our boards and commissions is important, but there does come a point where we do have to draw the line. And for me, this is one of those decision points. And I know from other times when I have raised opportunities to save some money, there will be colleagues who say, well, it's only $54,000. It's $54,000 of taxpayers' money. And while that may not change the budget rate that we see right now, as if our staff put it into the calculator that they have, over the course of our debates over the next several days that we're dealing with the budget, $54,000 here, $100,000 there, $25,000 there, it starts to add up. So I am going to accept where I see an issue of public safety, like I see with some of the conservation area items. Unless it's an issue of public safety, I am going to, similar to what Councillor Morgan said, hold the line. I am not going to willingly step in and backfill the provincial government's responsibilities. And if folks really think that the provincial government shouldn't be doing these, then lobby your MPPs, get involved in provincial campaigns, run for provincial office next time. But this is the role of the municipal government, and I can't continue to backfill on these responsibilities.
Okay, I've got the speakers list that the mayor started, and I've added to, just so people are clear on whether or not they're on the list. I don't want to miss anybody. Councillors Lehman, Pelosa, Van Holst, Hopkins, and Kaibaga. If I missed you, I can add you. Councillor Lehman.
Well, thank you, Chair. I just want to echo my colleagues. When we started this process back in spring, we all agreed to a 2.7% target rate based on our strategic plan. Since then, we're now north of 4%, primarily due to unexpected land ambulance costs and provincial impacts. I think, echoing Councillor Van Holst's comments, over a course of 4 years, we're looking at, in the fourth year, tax increase of $500+ a year. I don't know too many people in London that are going to be getting raises of more than 1% or 1.5%, if at all. So where does that money come from? Well, $500, that could be half a person's monthly rent. It's going to be hard to say no to a lot of these issues in front of us because they deal with certain challenges that London is experiencing and that we've heard from our community. However, when we're dealing with provincial impacts, this could be a trend where federal and provincial responsibilities are, in order to get their financial house in order, is pushed down to cities. Cities, municipal government was originally responsible for things as police and fire and roads and sewers and whatnot. The province is moving us into an area where we're getting more involved in other areas of social responsibility. And what makes that challenging is that we're competing with communities around us. So all of a sudden cities will we'll be competing on tax rates and services they provide. And it ends into a never-ending cycle where we cannot service folks because they'll be coming to London if our services are different than surrounding communities. We have to, where we can, and I think we'll get into the weeds, as Ms. Barbone said, of where we cannot change some provincial impacts because it will lead to other funding missed opportunities. Where we can, we have to really look strongly at pushing back on some of these provincial impacts. So I will not be supporting this, and I will look further as we go through these next number of days at other areas where we can land, use the same reasoning to look for opportunities to save London taxpayers.
Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Museum London is a board that I serve on, and we had a lovely board meeting last night as well. I want to thank members from the board or management for being in the audience today. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank fellow council for approving their budget. They had put in things they could reduce in programming. They have wonderful programming coming up the next couple of years, celebrating their 80th. And then celebrating with the Grand Theatre. And they do have a huge impact to those in London who know about their services, that admissions by donation, so it really is an accessible space. Also balancing my board hat with my council hat and looking at the provincial impacts of what we're trying to pick up. Regardless of how my colleagues vote and how residents might feel, a lot of these organizations always have opportunities to become donors. So if you really feel strongly about something we can't pick up as a municipal council, to please reach out and start donating to those things that matter to you. It's your way to directly send your funds to where you believe it matters most.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I won't be criticizing the provincial government for what they're doing. Ontario's got a $350 billion debt, and we're paying $12 billion a year, and almost in maintaining that debt. It seems to me what they're doing by downloading a portion of some of these funds to the province is making sure that we've got some skin in the game, so that there's perhaps a little more oversight at a municipal level on what happens. So maybe it behooves us to have a closer look at the programs to decide whether this is a particular one we want or not. And then we'll have to approach it like that, rather than in a blanket fashion, just say, we're not gonna support and leverage any of these programs. However, I found it somewhat difficult in the materials that I have to navigate to what exactly we're looking at in this specific instance. So maybe I can, through you, to our staff, or Councillor Pelosi, who sits on the board, or the members of the commission we've got here, what will be the impact to the museum on this, I believe, $54,000 that we're looking at either paying or not paying?
Mr. Murray has his hand up, and I know you've got some backup in the gallery too, if you need it.
Thank you, through the chair. So I'll just refer the councillor to page 60 of the budget document, and specifically the second line from the bottom, which speaks to the decrease in provincial funding from the Ontario Arts Council.
Okay, and well, thank you. I do see that page. That I don't know that it helps me really decide whether we're getting our much bang for a buck for the $54,000. So if somebody could give me a few more details on what that means to people attending the museum over the next 4 years.
Mr. Meehan.
Through you. Oh. Is this on?
Oh, we're good. You're on.
We're good. Actually, it's there's this particular part, which is the provincial funding, but there's also the business case for service reductions, which involves both the provincial funding, the decrease in our endowment funds, and the increase in fee-for-service with facilities division. So I don't know if you want to talk about the entire business case here because it's all sort of woven in together, or wait until we get to that later in the budget process.
I think at this point, we're deciding on the $54,000. And so, I mean, the business case will be a business case item later that we can discuss. So if you can provide any articulation for the counselor on that particular item.
Yeah. So
And I will say to colleagues, we did schedule a recess at 10:45. That is going to happen in about 1 minute. So I'm going to get the answer to this question, and then we're going to recess.
So specific to the Ontario Arts Council decrease in funding, we get an annual operating grant from the Ontario Arts Council. It's primarily for our programs. So specific to that decrease, what we need to look at on an annual basis is, you know, cutting what kind of programs we deliver to the community.
Okay, Counselor, I'm probably going to leave it there just so we can do the scheduled break, and we will pick up on the debate. For colleagues, it's Hopkins, or actually I'll go back to Councillor Van Holst when we come back just to make sure he's done his questions, then Hopkins, Kaibaga, and Helmer. And as noted, we will return at 1. The food will be available for anybody who needs it continuously through that process as you go in and participate, if you choose to, in the funeral arrangements. So with that, it's already approved for recess, so we're recessed now. We've hit the 10:45. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order, so if everybody could take their seats, that'd be great. All right, there was an item raised during the break that I just wanted to address for colleagues, more of a procedural matter. The question I was asked was, if we deal with the base budgets and then we proceed to business cases related to reductions to those base budgets that have been submitted by the boards and commissions, do we not need reconsideration of the base budgets to deal with the reduction cases? I consulted with the clerks during the break. They've given me advice that this is scheduled on the agenda. This is the way that we've done it in previous years. So I'm going to proceed with being able to do the base budgets and not requiring reconsideration when we deal with any sort of business reduction cases that are already on the agenda. And if anybody has an objection to that, they can challenge the chair. We can have a vote and do it a different way. What would require reconsideration is if we get through this process and a colleague at the end says, I'd like to reduce the Centennial Hall budget by X amount, we would require reconsideration for that. But if they're already scheduled and submitted reduction business cases as part of the tabled budget, we're just going to deal with those as they are on the agenda without any need for any special motions. We can just go through them as we go. So again, if someone disagrees when we get to that point, you can raise your concerns, but that's how I'm going to proceed based on the advice I've got from the clerks. So where we are at the moment is we're on item 4.1A and the Museum Land and Provincial Impacts for consideration. We're in the middle of the speaker's list and I stopped Councillor Van Holst before he was finished. So I'll go back to him to see if he has anything else to add, and then I'll proceed with Councillors Hopkins, Kayabaga, and Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. I was in the midst of asking a question to our guests from the museum. Maybe I can ask this question. So this question, we're looking at a $54,000 amount. It's maybe $14,000 per year. We're trying to look at this in isolation of the rest of the budget. So my question to you, or through you, is are we better off in making these kind of decisions for a board such as this to look at the budget as a whole?
I'm not sure, so I'm not sure I understand the question or who you're asking it to. Are you asking it? It sounds like a general question to council, not a question for the board.
Okay, for the museum, for instance, is looking at this piece in isolation the better way to go, or should I ask perhaps our guests would have some comments about the budget as a whole and how this piece fits into it?
Just so you know, what we've done is we've passed the budget excluding this component of it, and so essentially this is a reduction to their budget. There's nothing stopping the independent boards and commissions from adjusting their budgets or programming in any way that they would like. They have separate and independent boards once they see the consequences of the municipal funding decision. So I think if your question is, should we be targeting a specific item or should we be looking at their budget as a whole as a reduction, that's something that I don't think we would be able to necessarily direct a board and commission like the museum, since we're making a decision on their funding. But if you'd like, I could try to seek an answer, but I'm not sure if that helps, or if you'd like to continue with an answer from someone else.
Okay. Well, if you would, maybe we could, I could ask this question then. How does this piece affect the budget as their program as a whole? Because it may not be something that can be pulled out in isolation. So that's.
Okay, I think I'll go to Mr. Meehan for that.
So through the chair, I think just before the break, I had mentioned the business case, and now I understand that the business case will be dealt with at a later time. But if you're looking for the kind of things that will be impacted by both the cut to provincial funding and the other items in the business case, it is there. There's 4 items that we've included, specifics about the programming for the museum that would be if not the exact program, the type of program that would be affected by the cut.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm looking at these things. They seem to be pretty significant milestones for London in terms of arts. So at this point, I'll support the $54,000 over 4 years, realizing we can come back to it and change it, and that it might not be supported by others. But seeing what's here, I realize that may not influence all of these or parts of them, but I like what I see. So I'm going to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will apologize if the question has already been raised, but I am going to raise it again. But before I do that, I just want to make a quick comment here. Obviously, provincial impacts are a concern to us as a council with the downloading. I've often thought the federal government downloads to the provincial government downloads to municipality, and we only have one other place to download, and that's to the taxpayer. So I think it is important that we have these conversations, have these considerations. My question is around the implications of not supporting this request of $54,000. What are the implications? And since there is someone from the museum here, if you can expand on other opportunities that you are undertaking to get further donations. I know Councillor Pelosa made a comment, and if I can have a better understanding, I know we've got the business case as well to deal with, but specifically to this $54,000, implications of not getting the $54,000, and then following up with what are you doing to reach out to other stakeholders in the community?
Go ahead.
Through the chair. Well, the implications of not getting it are to the programs that we've outlined in the business case. But with the museum, about 2/3 of our budget comes from government funding, and about 1/3 of our funding is self-generated. So we are constantly looking for opportunities to either partner or obtain sponsorships or earn revenue through our shop or through facility rentals, things like that. So we have a board committee, and we also have staff dedicated to raising funds. So we're constantly doing that. So it's, you know, this is sort of above and beyond what we normally do.
Okay. Councillor Hopkins, are you good? Okay. Councillor Kaibaga.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I think I just had the same questions that my colleague, Councillor Hopkins had. It was to understand a little bit more on what, because it says here that one of the things that they're losing is Ontario Arts Council grants if we don't support it. And I kind of want to understand what that entails of and who is affected in the community by that, if you could.
Sure. Sorry, through the chair. So the four programs that we put forward are a program that is looking at the 80th anniversary of the organization, a partnership with the Grand Theatre, a small flex space within the museum where we show local artists and the work of local curators. So it's really, it's both the arts community specifically, but the visitors to the museum as a whole.
Anything further? Deputy Mayor Helmer.
My question was about what the impact would be, and it's been answered. Thanks.
Anyone else on the speakers list? Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think with regard to this provincial impacts that we're finding at the municipal level now, we really do have to resist filling that in with municipal tax dollars. I mean, perhaps Ms. Barbon can confirm this, but we're looking at a 5.3% for 2020. Is that correct?
Ms. Barbone.
Thank you. That number is if all the business cases were approved, that would be the number. So it'll be different potentially on what council's decisions would be, but that would be if everything was included.
So, I mean, I don't want to be overly dramatic here, but that's a frightening number. When you consider that it's well over twice the rate of inflation, we have to do everything we can to get these numbers down. And I think it's incumbent on us as we go through this process to look for those savings.
Anyone further? Okay. Oh, sorry. I had you on the list. Sorry, Councillor Lewis. Go ahead.
Thank you, thank you, Chair. I know that you like to ignore me sometimes, but I did have my hand up, so thanks. So first, through you to our staff, and perhaps Ms. Barbone could answer this, and I alluded to this in my earlier comments, 54,000 in savings on this one might not round the decimal point down at all on this one, but in general, as I alluded to, we have, you know, maybe it's 54,000 here and 25,000 on something else and 50,000 on something else. What sum do we, in a general ballpark number, need to get to round the budget number down from, you know, 4.3 to 4.2?
Mr. Murray.
Thank you, through the chair. That depends largely on where we're sitting specifically, but in general terms, a 0.1% reduction represents approximately 600,000 on average. So to reduce the average annual increase by 0.1, you would need to find approximately 600,000 incremental per year over the 4 years.
Okay, so we would need to essentially find about 10 of these, 10 levels of this sort of savings to get to that decimal point reduction. Through you, and perhaps this will go to Mr. Meehan, through our senior leadership team. You know, we mentioned, or we see things like the 80th anniversary. We know that often when there's a specific ask for donors and whether it's the food bank's curbside drive, or whether it's the Salvation Army's Christmas kettle, those are more effective than a generic ask. So my question is, has the museum made specific asks for these particular projects, or was the city the first stop to ask for the backfill on these provincial dollars? Have avenues been explored for other sources of funding through private sector grants, through federal government programs, or other opportunities that don't rely on the property tax levy?
Through the chair, we have started looking into it. I actually had a meeting last week with Tourism London. They have a program that we believe might be able to, we might be able to apply to for the anniversary exhibition. So we are, in fact, looking for other sources of funding.
Okay, so just understanding that and you know, getting back to the comments that we heard from before the break, I really do think it's incumbent on us to not backfill these provincial gaps, but in fact encourage our boards and commissions to seek out other opportunities and drive these, whether it's through private sector dollars or other levels of government, to fund these kind of things, because we can't keep putting them on the property tax levy just because the province has decided we're not going to do it anymore. That's the province's decision, and I understand that they're looking for savings too, but I'm mindful that, as Councillor Van Holst alluded to in some of his earlier comments, there are constituents counting on us to find savings as well.
Further speakers on this? Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a point of clarification to Mr. Meehan. As we're looking at this provincial reduction, and also the business case will be discovered and looked at later. And you had referenced just looking to make sure that the Ontario Arts Council funding isn't in here twice, because we mentioned the business cases of the special exhibits we have coming up throughout the next 4 years, and potential reduction. Is the Ontario Arts funding already accounted for in the business case reduction as well, if we do programming cuts in there, or is it a standalone piece here?
The Ontario, through the chair, the Ontario Arts Council funding makes up a portion of the total amount of the business case.
Okay. Are you, Councillor Van Holst?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My colleagues are making very compelling arguments, and of course, some of them sound like my own as well. So perhaps then I would just leave the museum with this observation I had while living in Dublin. There was a place called the Gaiety Theatre, and you would go to see a play at 8 o'clock, and when you left at 10:30, there was a lineup around the corner because the Gaiety Theatre was the hottest night spot in town, and there were four rehearsal spaces. All of them had music and two live music, two with DJs in there. There's a bar in the front. You could sit in the balcony and watch a B-run movie while the stagehands were cleaning up the set. But that was another way of generating revenue to make it a multi-use venue. And I know we do some of that at the museum because I've been at some of those events. So I hope that there's some more opportunities for things like that, because it is this amount isn't a big gap to fill in terms of its just absolute value. So I wish them the best with that. But there we are. I think I'll have to let them find that on their own. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think that exhausts the debate on this item. This is moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Pelosa. This is the provincial impacts segment of Museum London's budget, $54,000. I'll open that for voting. Everybody just hold on for a sec. We're just working a technical thing through. Colleagues, just don't click anything until the clerks tell you. There was a couple of votes hanging at the same time, and they're just canceling them out, and we'll do that as a refresh. So just don't click anything until asked to. Now you can vote.
Closing the vote, the motion is lost, 5-10.
Okay, so that is the 4.1A culture section of the operating budget. We now have 4.1B, which is the capital portions of the culture budget. There are 3 items in there. Would anybody like those 3 items dealt with separately, or can we deal with them together? So if you want it separate, let me know. Okay, then I'll look for a mover of the 3 items in the capital budget together. Councillor Pelosa, seconded by Councillor Sali. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Cassidy? Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Okay, part 4.1C is the projected forecast for the 2024 to 2029 period for the culture budget. Obviously, these things will actually be approved in a subsequent multi-year budget process, but we do approve the forecasts as part of this budgeting process. So would anybody like, well, two of them are zeros and one of them is an item, so I'm going to suggest we put them all on the floor together. Councillor Sali. You move it? Okay. Seconder, Councillor Lewis. Any discussion on the forecast? No? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Squire?
I think this was user error.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Okay, that is concludes the cultural section of the budget. Councillor Pelosi, you asked if I could go to you after we're done culture, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was looking to move a motion that we consider the business cases for potential reductions as it relates to the culture aspects, being the library and the museum. That'd be business cases 27, 28, 29, 30, and 32, just since we discussed their budgets while it's fresh, if we would consider discussing the potential reductions that the board's put forward at this time.
Okay, just so colleagues know what Councillor Pelosi is suggesting. She's suggesting, well, we're in the cultural space we have business cases for reductions and business cases for additions in the business case section of our budget. She would like us to consider the reduction business cases for culture at this, now that we're in the kind of culture section of the budget. This is not how we plan to proceed, but certainly something we can accommodate if the will of the committee would like to go that way. So I'll see if people have consensus. If they don't, we'd have to have a vote to actually go that way. Is there any consensus on doing that at this time? No, okay, so there's not consensus to do it that way. So do you want to actually move a motion that we address those now? Or you want to deal with them later?
I don't know if I'd have a seconder, but I would move that motion.
Okay, is there, okay, Councillor Van Hol seconds. So this is a motion not to approve those items or do anything with it. It's to move those items to this point in our agenda so that we would deal with them now. And again, these are what she's, with the motion, when you see it come up, will be for the reduction related business cases, which are on page 16 of your agenda, that relate to the cultural components. So those are all of the ones related to London Public Library as well as the museum. So that will be the motion that's moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on that? Okay, we'll open that for voting as soon as it's up. We're going to get this on the screen. I'm going to make sure everybody can see it, and I won't open the voting until everybody's had a chance to see the wording. Okay, if you refresh or click current item, you should see the motion. It's basically that the following be considered at this time, and it's 27, 28, 29, 30, and 32. Any discussion? Okay, moved by Councillor Pelosi, seconded by Councillor Van Holst. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 9-6.
Okay, so as directed by the committee, we'll deal with the cases for reduction now, starting with business case 27. Now, there are 4 related to the London Public Library, 1 related to Museum London. Of the ones that have been brought forward, would you like to deal with the library ones altogether, or would you like to separate them out? Would anybody like to deal with the library reduction business cases separately, or can we put them all together? Yes, separately? Okay, well, we're going to deal with them separately, so we'll go one by one. So we'll put business case 27, which is eliminate plan security enhancements. I'll look for a mover and a seconder of that particular business case. Moved by Councillor Pelosi, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Discussion on business case 27. I'll go Councillor Lewis, Councillor Van Holst, Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you, Chair. And colleagues, I want you to know that there was a very robust discussion at the library board when they were discussing their submission around this. I want to be clear, this is not a reduction of existing security levels. This is a reduction that says security that they were considering adding, and not even this year, but a year out from now, is something that they don't plan to go forward with at this time. And one of the main reasons for that is because the city has brought forward the core area action plan and the coordinated and informed response. And the work that is being done on that, there's a strong sense that those items will help reduce some of the security concerns that have arisen at the Central Library. This was very specific to the Central Library security, and that the city is taking steps on its own with the police foot patrols in the core, with the coordinated informed response, with the core area action plan, that the library doesn't feel the need to add its own additional security forces, but again, I just want folks to know that this is not a reduction in existing security levels. There was a consideration given to increasing the security levels, and now the board has decided that it wasn't necessary to go forward with those because of steps that the city was taking around the downtown core, around the Flex Street, in order to address some of the concerns that they had.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. Looking for a little clarity on how we vote here. This it says eliminate the planned security enhancements, and I noticed that the figures are in parentheses. So were we to support this, and it's the first one of these we've done so far, when we support this by saying yes, that means that we will be reducing the amount that we've already voted on. Is that the budget, or has this been taken out previously? I mean, if this had been taken out, I would expect that we would be voting for it if we were putting back in. So I see some ambiguity. Perhaps through you, we could get some clarity from the staff.
So I'll clarify the first piece, and I'll go to our finance team in a second. So first off, these are reduction business cases. So a vote for the business case is a vote for the reduction, and whether or not that is included in the budget, as already articulated, I'll go to Ms. Barbone or Mr. Murray on this one.
Through the chair, so a vote in favor of a reduction is not reflected in the budget already. That would be a reduction to the tax levy, a further reduction to the tax levy.
Okay, so then again, just a further clarification. Should we vote against this item, then this increase in 2021 for security will take place. So this increase is already contemplated in the budget. By supporting this, that increase in security will not take place.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. I see in the business case that one of the potential impacts is health and safety risks, not only to the patrons, but also to the staff. And I wonder if the CEO of the library would like to just address that concern of what's going on now and why these planned security improvements for 2021 were in the initial budget. I'm very cautious about taking something out of the budget in anticipation of other things happening that are going to resolve the problem. I frankly would prefer to deal with it in a budget update in 2021 if the problems have in fact resolved and it's no longer necessary as a reduction at that point. So I would like to hear from the CEO of the library about the concerns that the staff and the patrons are having right now.
Okay, and great, we have a representative from the library here, so you can come down to the mic.
Hi.
And just introduce yourself for those who don't know you.
Sure. Hi, I'm Emily Shimbine. I'm the Director of Finance for the London Public Library. Unfortunately, the CEO was not able to come today because he's at a prearranged conference, so I'm here instead. We're doing a number of initiatives within the London Public Library to address staff safety concerns as well as patron concerns. Most recently, you've seen in the London Free Press that we had an article about our CMHA workers that are in the Central Library, as well as we have constant health and safety training around those aspects. And we're working with the city on the core area action plan, as well as community agencies in the area to work to help to address these issues. And we have a great relationship as well with the London Police Foot Patrol. So there's a number of initiatives that we've already got in place and we continue to work on to try to help staff in those situations as well as patrons. And we're really hoping to see how the core area action plan as well as the coordinated informed response initiatives kind of play out over the next year to see if we really need that extra full-time security or if we can continue to have them in certain pieces within the year.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Okay, I just want to clarify, I think based on what Councillor Lewis suggested, these are business cases that the board of the library has forwarded to us to consider. They didn't actually amend their budget request, they just forwarded on these business cases for us to consider, is that right?
The process of council's reduction, when we ask boards and commissions, Deputy Mayor Helmer is just looking for that they're passing these on as options, but whether or not they're recommending them is I mean, that's the question.
Through the chair, so From the business case perspective, Civic Administration has put forward the core area action plan and a number of other things that we've presented. Ultimately, they're all options. I mean, I think certainly to constrain as we've administratively prioritized some of them, we think those ones would certainly rise a little bit higher in council's priorities potentially to possibly pass. But noting the budgets before you, until those are passed, we ultimately don't know if that plan will be in place to support those things going forward. So I think until we see what council's vote is going to be on that, we won't know for certainty if those measures will be in place in fact.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. One last question for the Director of Finance. Sorry, I know you sat down. If this reduction in business case were to go through, and we do the core area action plan, and then next year you still have the same kind of safety concerns that you're seeing in anticipation right now, are you going to come forward with an amendment saying, you know, we thought it was going to go away, it didn't, and now we really do need to do the security thing, and you know we tried, but tough luck?
Through the chair, we always strive to find efficiencies when possible and fund things internally within our own operating budget. However, if that wasn't possible and we did still see that we had the need for a full-time additional guard, yes, we would come back in the annual update asking for assistance in that service.
Councillor Carbanga.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just had a question for staff in terms of, because they're referring back to the core area action plan, and I understand that there's going to be more foot patrols, but I think the number of foot patrols is also limited. If we can get some comments on whether or not what they are referring to as they do their planning is actually going to be something that they're going to advantage from, as we do know that we said we were going to do number 5 foot patrols extra in the core. So I'm just trying to see, because their security issue, the library security issue, is something that I get a lot of emails on as a downtown councillor and get a lot of communications on. So I'm wondering and curious to know why this is not a high priority for your budgeting right now.
Okay, so the first question was to our staff with some details on the core area action plan, the foot patrol component of it.
So through the chair, there's a number of components in the core area action plan, specifically with respect to the foot patrol. That, although that was contemplated as part of the core area action plan, the police have in fact included that as part of their budget because they felt very strongly that they wanted to proceed with that irrespective of whether the core area action plan may pass or not. So that is part of the police budget and forms part of the police budget that they've presented to the council that is included in this.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, is there a part of it where we're going to have some security on the Dundas Flex Street? I know that this is something that we had provided during the construction. We provided a number of security, not police officer, but security. Are we still going to maintain that service, or are we no longer doing that in the core area action plan?
Through the chair, security and maintenance and activation are all part of the Dundas Flex business case as part of the core area action plan. Will it be the same? We'll assess and work with the police as they increase their foot patrol or include their foot patrol. We'll be working with them and providing security during events, aside from events, and figure out what our situation is. It's still a learning process in the Flex Street, and as the police change their foot patrol, we'll work with them to continue to make it a safe, inviting, and hopefully a very exciting place for people to be.
Thank you. And so just to get a little clarity on that, because I don't think my question was answered. Do we still have security on the Flex Street right now? And how many, like, what's the number of security that we have right now? And how can, because I'm just trying to figure out how, their planning can fit into what we're doing, because we're looking for cost savings, but we also want to make sure that we're keeping, security as a priority. So are you saying that we already have security personnel on the flex street that are going to continue to be there, and then we're going to reassess to see what's needed more or less? Is that what you're saying?
We will reassess and see where, through the chair, we'll reassess and see where we're at. I don't believe we have current security there. That was part of the construction plan. As we have events, there'll be different security needs depending on the event and depending on what the situation is in the location there. And as was mentioned, the foot patrol will increase, and the foot patrol is the city's protective services.
Okay, I have Councillor Turner next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess this would be through you to the Director of Finance. The budget as presented to us as the base budget that we passed just previous to this is the budget that your board passed and recommended to this council. And the supplemental opportunities for reduction is if the council was seeking to find further reductions, these would be the areas. But the budget that you passed and put forward to us is what we've already dealt with. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. The board approved the budget that was previously shown to the council.
Okay, thank you. And second, with respect to the security officers, is this something that had come through the Joint Occupational Health and Safety Committee at the workplace as an identified mitigative measure for an identified risk within the workplace?
Through the chair, that is correct, yes.
Thank you. I think that's an important point to note. There are obligations under the Ontario Health and Safety Act where workers or hazards are identified in the workplace. It's the responsibility of every employer to take all reasonable measures to mitigate those risks. They've identified that. There is, and now that this shows up with, especially within a budget document, that they've identified a risk and that they've identified a measure to address those risks, I think it's something that we might want to be very cautious of taking any steps to reduce that or undermine the recommendations that come from the JOHSC.
I have Councillor Squire and Councillor Sally.
So I'm really glad that we're doing these matters now so that my memory is really fresh. I know that was why we're doing this. I think what we're doing now is, my recollection is when we realized many of the boards and commissions had gone over 1.5%, we asked them to go back and find additional savings, if they could. So they've come back to us and said, these are things that we're able to do. And it now appears to me we're going to go through the exercise on all of these of reevaluating those decisions and recommendations that those boards and commissions have done, those opportunities for savings. And what maybe we're going to contemplate is leaving them all in. I'd rather, if that's the intention, we get on with it and do it. If that's where we're going, because we just reduced the museum provincial contribution. We are immediately going here to find one of their reductions. I'll be really interested in see what happens with that reduction that they agreed to. I think that'll be very interesting. So this is going to be very laborious, very difficult. It's going to be very difficult to find savings, and you know, I think everything people ask us to do is probably valuable. And it means something, but boy, when a board and commission comes to us and says, here's an area where we can save taxpayers money, we've evaluated it. And then we as a council go, well, you know what, we're the experts, we're gonna reevaluate and we're not gonna let you reduce your budget. That's something very interesting from my point of view.
Councillor Sully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank my colleagues that are on the library board for working with their board on this and had conversations with Councillor Lewis. I think it's something I will support, recognizing that when we have core action plan, and the fact that I've learned through Councillor Lewis and for me, the staff there have been undergoing some training that complies with some of the concerns that have been raised, and I'm seeing a nod from their director as well. So I think when I hear some of the challenges faced in downtown, and specifically the libraries and even in the Beacock area where I represent, bordering with Councillor Helmer, the security challenges aren't necessarily security related to a significant extent. And I don't believe we could really security our way out of many of the challenges that we're facing. The security personnel have very limited authorities. Constantly, they have to contact the London Police anyway. So really, it's just a point of contact that in many of those cases, the library personnel could have done those calls themselves. So I think this is a balanced approach. I'm recognizing that things will change, but I don't want us to, create a city where we have to have security at every single place we go. Community centers, libraries, and things like that. We really need to shift as a culture, recognize there's many other challenges and many other solutions and better ways of addressing the social and mental health challenges that we're facing as a community. So I support this, and I hope my colleagues support this as well.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think the more we discuss this, the more questions I have. And I just want confirmation on two questions. The core area action plan, will the security at the library be addressed through the core action area plan? And my second question is, we are looking at adding security, not now, but in another year. And just wondering, is there going to be an opportunity for the board to come back in a year to address their concerns and the need for extra security?
Mr. Stafford, on the core area action plan.
Through the chair, I'll address, it's not the plan of the core area action plan to provide security for the library.
And the ability of a board and commission to come back next year? Ms. Barbon?
Through the chair, we have an annual update process that would bring back, and that's obviously a potential for any changes that are required to address specific issues and we generally have 3 buckets that would fit into, but there would be an opportunity for an update as every year going forward in the multi-year budget.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to echo some of Councillor Squire's frustrations. Yes, the board passed the preliminary budget. The board also passed these reductions after quite a bit of debate and discussion. And I think to say, well, we'll just stick with your base budget when we asked them and they looked very carefully and came back with some recommended reductions, really isn't a helpful piece of the process. And when I say that the core area action plan is going to help address some of these security concerns, no, it's not going to put security officers in the library. It's going to improve the security downtown where the central library is located. The security issues that the library has are not special to the library. They are part of the issue that we need to address downtown as part of the core area action plan, as part of the coordinated informed response. To Councillor Saleh's point, we can start putting security guards in every building that we have across the city. That'll address the security issue in those buildings, but it won't address the overall security issue and the public safety issue in the community. So when we're looking at these things and saying, well, if the core area action plan is not going to put security in the building, well, then the core area action plan is not going to help the security of the library. To me, that's just false logic, with all due respect. And we did hear from the Director of Finance that library staff have taken the opportunity and continue to provide training and feedback, which is Ontario workplace health and safety compliant for their staff. So this is not the only step that can be taken to address those concerns, and other steps have been and continue to be taken. And I see the nods up there from my colleagues at the library. So it's not as though they just went, you know what, we'll just cut security. That the council wants us to come back with a reduced amount, we'll just cut there. There was a lot of thought put into this process. And I ask colleagues to really respect the fact that we did ask our boards and commissions to come back because they didn't get close to the 1.5. And the library is one of the few boards that actually rolled up its sleeves, did its work, had actually quite a long meeting discussing this, as Councillor Pelosi is smiling over there. She knows we went quite late that night. So I'm going to encourage you to support not only this business case reduction, but the other ones that we're going to talk about as well, because these weren't just pulled out of a hat. There was careful consideration given to these, and I think that we need to follow through in terms of listening to our board's advice on this one.
Okay, I have Councillor Van Holst, Lehman, and Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. I think Councillor Turner asked a really important question, but I'm pleased that there would be no impact in 2020, so there is time for us to see what the results are, and if they came back we could make the change and also ask those important legal questions that might be raised at that time.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak to two issues here. One, staff put a lot of work into finding these potential reductions. They didn't just pull them out of a hat. There was a lot of consultation efforts, as we can see with the library. Again, those add up to 0.2% on our tax levy. I think we have to be very cautious to throw that hard work away and know what we're doing to bring some of those expenses back in. I want to speak to private security versus public security. I think downtown, we were at the tipping point of seeing a lot of private security fill the void where we had our police services help the city out. I know a number of public and private institutions that have brought private security as the library was contemplating to deal with issues downtown. However, I'm so proud of our city for bringing forward the core action plan and for the police to be working with the city in identifying this need. I was in Victoria on the summer, and they have the same issues that we do here. What I saw there was an immense amount of private security out, not just inside stores, but out on the sidewalk. And I thought that was a dangerous place where London could head to. I don't want to see a city of gated communities with private police forces and private police or private security downtown in front of stores or libraries. I want to see the safety being addressed with our city police staff as much as possible. I commend the library board and the library management for immediately showing us dividends that we can see from the core action plan investment. And also for giving a vivid example of how public policing can be maintained and we stem the tide of private security. So I support this and I encourage councillors to do as well.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support this as well. I want to thank the Director of Finance for and the other members of the library for being here today. And I really want to applaud the library for the proactive steps that they're taking. So we heard about liaising with London Police and specifically with Foot Patrol, being involved in the core area informed response initiative, reaching out to social agencies downtown and working with them, because this isn't so much a security issue. It's the broader issues that we're trying to address through the core area informed response. And we hear a lot in the media or from advocates for mental health and addictions that the police maybe not the very best frontline workers to deal with issues around mental health and addictions. We hear that all the time. And yet the police do this on a daily basis, and I would say London Police do a very good job at dealing with these issues in the downtown and elsewhere. I would go a step further and say private security guards are even less equipped, or in my opinion, the least viable option for dealing with some of the issues that we have downtown. So I applaud the library for taking the steps they have. I'm looking forward to talking about the core area informed response when we get to that part of the budget, and we'll support this.
Okay, that exhausts our speakers list on this one. I'm just going to stay in the chair and just make a quick comment because I know I had an opportunity to meet with library members about the council's request to come back with reductions to their budgets. And I want to say I really appreciate the thoughtfulness and the work that the library staff and board put into this. I know that they had a discussion that I was a part of. They had a discussion as staff, and they had a really good discussion as their board. And this is one of 4 items that you brought forward. I know that I really pushed for one of the items to come forward, business case 29, which we'll discuss shortly. But I'm not going to say this on everyone. I just want to say it up front. Thank you very much for coming back with ideas. Certainly not everybody did that, but I think you did a very thoughtful assessment of your budget and where you thought there could be savings. So I'll be supporting the recommendations that you brought forward. With that, I will open this for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1.
Okay, on the theme of libraries, business case 28, London Public Library, eliminate planned staffing increase, $42,000. Is there a mover for this one? Councillor Pelosa, seconded. Councillor Lewis, our library board members. Discussion. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I'll just perhaps look up to our staff and perhaps they can indicate in particular with the inability yet to have a path moving forward in terms of the new location for the Pond Mills Library. One of the reasons that this business case is able to come forward, and maybe they can comment on that.
Go ahead.
Through the chair. This business case is coming forward because London Public Library has not seen a change in our staffing levels for a number of years now. And as such, we are still seeing a growing demand from the public and from the community in terms of the number of programs and the variety that we offer. And we'd like to be able to further address that need. And we anticipate that in the future we will need some more staffing to do so. In terms of that other location that you discussed, we haven't known the timeline of that yet, but once we do have a timeline, we will likely need additional staffing for that location as well, and that would be a growth item, perhaps.
Other comments? Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you, and a question through the chair to the treasurer. Adding library locations and expanding staff to staff new library locations seems like something that's well aligned with assessment growth funding, and I wonder if you just would address that. If this is a additional staff position to accommodate growth, I'm a little concerned that it's in the base budget to begin with, and perhaps it should be better in assessment growth.
Thank you through the chair. If it is adding staff as a result of a growing city to service additional patrons, absolutely it would qualify as a case. Certainly this is not until 2023, and our assessment growth is dealt with on a case-by-case basis, and subject, of course, to how much assessment growth is available.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, no further discussion. This has been moved and seconded. I'll open it for voting. And just a reminder, everybody got the first one right. Voting for a reduction case is voting for the reduction, so.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1.
Okay. Shouldn't have presumed that everybody did get it right. It was just a reminder on my part. Business case 29, London Public Library promissory note forgiveness. Is there a mover and seconder for this one? Councillor Pelosa, Councillor Lewis, the mayor almost beat you to it. Discussion. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. Through the chair to our staff in finance, can you explain to me exactly what is going on here? I look at this one and I said, oh, looks good, but it seems like we're forgiving a loan that somebody owes us. I mean, eventually we're eating all of that loan by forgiving it. So I just wonder if you could address, what is happening in the real world with the money that is owed to the city.
Mr. Murray.
Sure, through the chair, I'll try and take a stab at that without getting too technical, but essentially, what you see or in front of you in the business case is the budget impact of what is being proposed here. So what essentially the library has included the repayment of the note, both principal and interest in their budget, and the city has the corresponding interest revenue in our budget. So essentially the net reduction represents the difference between those two amounts. Certainly from an accounting perspective, there would need to be a write-off of the loan owing on the library's books, as well as a write-off of the receivable on the city's books. But those don't affect things for budget purposes. That is strictly an accounting exercise.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Right, so I'm not going to go along with this particular one. I can see why people will find it attractive because it's reducing the impact on the tax levy. What it's essentially doing is something we set up as a loan earlier. We're now basically converting it to a grant, like a multi-million-dollar grant retroactively, right? So, you know, I actually have another situation where we did that. We gave a loan to an organization, and I'd like to resolve that by making it into a grant. It's much, much smaller than this one, and it's really the magnitude of this that I'm having trouble with, so I'm not going to support it. I think it's a creative approach, I guess.
Other colleagues? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for asking that question because I'm totally confused as to what we're doing, and I think I know what we're doing right now. So I did have a question about the impacts to the tax levy. So is this why we're doing this?
Mr. Murray.
Through the chair, that is exactly the reason for doing this. It does have an impact on the tax levy, the difference between what the library has included in their budget for the repayment versus what we have budgeted as interest revenue in our budget has an impact of approximately a little over $170,000 per year. So that is why this is in front of you.
I'm going to have myself on the speakers list. If colleagues are okay, I'm not going to switch chairs. So this is one that I'm very supportive of. Essentially what's happening here is we gave the library a loan. They've increased their operating budget to pay us back. So we're going to collect taxes to have the library pay us back. So we may as well just forgive the loan because the money's just essentially going in a circle anyways. And in the process, we save a little bit of money on the tax levy because we can reduce the library's ask by the amount that they were going to raise their budget to basically pay the loan back that they have from the city. So I recognize what Councillor Helmer has said, and I support the idea that we don't want to always convert, you know, loans back into grants. But in the case where we're paying ourselves back with our own money, it seems to me like we should just cut out the middleman on this one. And the city does this, well, the library comes forward and they have with some other reductions of their own, and it reduces their overall ask. I think that's responsible on both parts. Other speakers. Councillor Lewis.
Thanks. I'll be as quick as I can on this one. You're right. It's a circular transfer of money. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I will look up to the gallery again just quickly. This is also in part because we moved from Westmount to Bostwick. You know, moving to a new library facility in a great new facility that we have in Southwest London had a cost attached to it. The library borrowed the money from the city, and now we would need more money in the base budget. And in fact, we approved that base budget. Now, if we approve this reduction, then we're not giving the library more money to pay us back. So to me, this one makes sense. It takes it off the tax levy. So I would encourage colleagues to support it. And I do want to say thank you to you, Chair, for the work you did with the library board and with the library staff team on bringing this idea forward.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I share Deputy Mayor Helmer's puzzlement on this one. I mean, the net effect is just to swap the side of the ledger that this lives on and on both books, right? To the library, currently it sits as a liability. To us, it counts as an asset because it's an account receivable. After this, then it disappears from the library's books, so there is no liability. And to us, it becomes an outstanding, something that we have to cover in our budget somehow? Does it, like, the money just doesn't disappear? The fact that there's, over the course of this, $1 million, how does the city account for it in the way it shifts to our side of the levy, or the ledger?
Mr. Murray.
Through the chair, so much like the library would write off the liability on their side, we would write off the asset on our side. So essentially, both would cancel out and both would cease to exist on respectively the library and the city's books.
Through you, Mr. Chair, then the debt or the cost to it is something that we accrued historically and was something that hit our ledger, our levy in the past, and then we're just writing that off. But does our budget not anticipate the recovery of these funds? Our budget would have forecast a recovery of assets or a recovery of loans, and then our budget now has a shortfall by that same amount that we would have been paid back over that period of time.
Mr. Murray.
Through the chair, so our previous capital budgets would have captured the principal portion of the loan to the library. Indeed, there is a shortfall as it relates to the interest revenue portion, but that's being netted off against the full amount of both principal and interest that's included in the library's budget. So the principal portion on the city side, the repayment of the principal portion on the city side is not included in our budget. It's reflected in the previous budgets that we've approved.
Other speakers? Deputy Mayor Helmer.
I'm not even really trying to convince people to not support it. I think there's going to be a lot of support for it. I do want to explain sort of where the problem will show up. Okay, so this is a 10-year loan. The library is paying it back. They're drawing down a reserve fund and they're using some operating money to pay back the loan. They got the loan in 2018, right? So 10 years from now, they will have space in their operating budget that they were using to pay back a loan that they can use for other things now. So it's a problem, like the benefit to the library is in 2028. And the benefit to our multi-year budget right now is if we do all this, right? It lowers the tax levy now, but it permanently lowers it. So out in 2028, the library is not gonna have that money to spend on library services, right? They're also not gonna have to withdraw down from the reserve funds that they're using to pay back the loan now. So, I mean, it's a bit complicated. I don't think it's a good idea. I see why it would be attractive from a tax levy reduction perspective in the next 4-year period.
Other speakers? Okay, seeing none, this is moved and seconded. We'll open this for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 8-6.
Okay, business case number 30, London Public Library Wi-Fi hotspot lending program. I'll look for a mover and a seconder of that. I'm looking this way this time. Lewis and Van Holst. Discussion. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one was a lively discussion at the board meeting as well. For those who aren't familiar with it, free of use to anyone with a library card. You can go and borrow a Wi-Fi hotspot, lets 5 people at your home connect to it to do search for a job, homework, whatever is required, and enjoyment. Just this program's oversubscribed. It was originally a pilot, really successful, and it's now a wait list of months and months. I have talked to some students who use it for homework and other purposes, and they're currently waiting for their turn to come back up and really hoping that this program doesn't end. Looking to you, to the library staff here with us today, we were hoping that there might be some interest in the community for sponsorship of this program, just looking to see if anything's happened since there has been some media attention to this line item.
I'll go to our library friends.
Through the chair, at this point in time, we have kind of waited to see how council would review the business case. But yes, we are looking towards other alternative sources of financing if council chooses to eliminate this one from the next 4-year budget.
Go ahead, Councillor Plaza.
This is one of the ones that I really did feel has a huge benefit to the community, also helping create equity and access to a lot of services that people need to access from home. I'll wait to hear my colleagues' thoughts, was just trying to figure out how a person could say, I don't know, I'm just really hoping there's a sponsor in town who would love to be branded with this great program. But I don't know, it is really important. I know so many of us take Wi-Fi access at home and our personal devices for granted, but so many need it and don't have access.
Councillor Lewis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Councillor Pelosi is quite right. This was a lively discussion at the board meeting as well. And I know that folks might think it odd that, I champion public Wi-Fi in our facilities, yet I am supportive of this program reduction. And there's a couple of reasons for that. And I'm going to come back to something I said earlier today. This was a pilot project funded by, yes, you guessed it, the Ontario government. So again, we're being asked to backfill something that the Ontario government has chosen to not proceed with any further. The other part of that, as we've heard from our library staff, is again, this was in the budget as coming to the city as the first stop on the ask. And we actually had a very lively discussion about the fact that there are alternative sources of financing that we can pursue to look at keeping this program alive, because nobody wants to see the program end, but the city doesn't have to be the funder of it. And there are options in the short term, and I know that there are through donor asks, and the Friends of the Public Library have generated revenue in the past to support the expansion of this program. They're willing to pursue donor asks for the support to continue it. And as was indicated, looking for some private dollar sponsorships. So, excuse me. So it's certainly not my intent, while I'm supporting this reduction, to see this program end. As a board member, I intend to support the staff team as much as I can to help them secure those alternate sources of funding. I will certainly be making my donation to the Friends of the Library as well to support it. If people feel strongly that this should continue, I would encourage them to do the same. And I'm pretty confident that there is an opportunity for alternative sources of funding here, or I would be much more hesitant to support this because it is a good program. But I think it will survive without having the drawdown come from the tax levy, but will in fact find alternate sources of revenue.
Councillor Squire.
I just want to say something about the library board. I was on the library board, and what they're doing, I think, is fantastic. And I think what they've done is they conscientiously went back and found areas where they could find savings on the basis of what we asked them to do. I think where this may have to be judged is a little later in the proceedings when we're dealing with boards and commissions who didn't do that. How are we going to deal with that particular issue? And I think that will be an interesting discussion. But what the board has done in the past, the Friends of the Public Library raise money that goes to the library, volunteers. They also ran a very large fundraising campaign to raise money for the library. I think the library is doing something that I would like to see more of, which is when you have a need, don't just look to the taxpayers as a mass in the City of London and come here. Look for creative solutions to funding things. And I know everybody does that, but I think the library is just a particularly good example of that. And if either of the reps ever want to get off that board, I'll be the first one to apply.
I have Mayor Holder. Oh, sorry, no, Councillor Van Holsten, then Mayor Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. I think this is a good program for us to get out of. Essentially, we're asking the taxpayers to fund people's home internet. So And I think that works against us because we're doing it at market value. Now, Councillor Hopkins and I were at the rollout of a program that Rogers put together, and it was in one of our lower income housing where they provided internet services to the people there. And this because they realized that there was a big demand in the market for people in lower income stratas that wanted this. And for us to let the marketplace deal with that demand is a great idea, but they wouldn't be motivated to do that if we were coming up and saying, well, we're just going to buy your fair market value services and give them these other people. So this is one I think we can let go, and would be better to let go and look to our community. And we've got some excellent providers in this city. I've just mentioned one, but I know that they're working in many ways to help out. So let's let that happen, and let's let this one go.
Okay, I have Mayor Holder, Councillor Turner, Councillor Salee, Councillor Cassidy.
Boy, we all have lots of opinions on the same thing, and I'm mindful of chewing our food twice, but I'd like to thank the library first for coming up with a number. Thank you. A number of ideas that help us in terms of our approach to the budget. It is appreciated. And it's appreciated by all who have taken this effort. I'll support this recommendation, but as I do, a couple of things. First, I'm mindful, I think that's an important service that is provided. And so it's my hope over this short while that there will be some supporters that will come through and provide this service, the funding for this service. If not, I think you will have the potential of the library coming back and asking this as a question in future. But for now, in terms of what we're trying to do, it seems to make some sense. I'm also mindful that I'm kind of getting a mixed feeling as we talk about the province's challenges to do this and that. Well, I have to tell you, I think we all know the province itself was challenged. And I think in some respects, it's a healthy thing for us to ask the question about the services that we want to be able to and should provide on behalf of taxpayers. The need out there is great, but the question becomes, what's the role of a municipal government in terms of providing the services? And how you balance that care and cost, I think, is the challenge that we have to go through. So I think it is a healthy process to go through these various items, and as we look to those who, perhaps for very good reason, weren't in a position to provide the reductions that they had that we'd asked of them. Let's see where it goes. But for now, I'll accept the library's recommendation for this and say thanks to the board for the work that they do.
Councillor Turner.
Thanks. I'm not going to support this reduction. I think this is a big question of equity versus entertainment. I would say hotspots being loaned out from a library is a big equity question. Hotspots in an arena is an entertainment question. And this is a question of people who aren't able to access Wi-Fi at all. And as you heard, there's a wait list for this. So even if there is a private donor out there, which I'm very excited to hear, I think it's a big gamble if we were to withdraw ourselves from this service and not have one materialize. And even if there is one, it should be used to augment the program, because there's a significant wait list for people seeking this. So if we remove ourselves from this program or get ourselves back down to zero, and if a new private donor comes back up and maybe matches it to where it is right now, it's still not meeting the need of the community. There's good discussions about whether we should wade into provincial realm or not, and I think that's a very valid question. When we were first told of the downloads, one of the first questions I asked was, what areas of provincial service should we be getting out of? And what things does the city do for the province that we probably shouldn't do for the province should be holding their own on that. But libraries are municipal. And our residents are certainly of our concern. The equity of access to service of our residents is absolutely of our concern. So I would hope that you don't support this, and I do hope that the library does continue to seek private donors to help augment what is quite obviously a very effective and very worthwhile program.
Councillor Salee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I had a question to staff. So if this passes today, I'm not sure if it's staff or the library that better be able to answer this, but if this passes, when would the program, I guess, cease to exist, essentially?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, the program would probably cease to exist by the end of this year.
So, okay, thank you. And through the chair, so my position is I support this program. The reduction is a little, I'm a little challenged because I recognize that there might be some opportunities with sponsorship and working with other people in the community. But at the same time, I recognize what some of my colleagues are saying here. So I'm wondering, you know, I'm trying to make a decision, but at the same time, is there an opportunity to, for instance, support the request, but in the near future, if there's significant funding that comes in that can address this, is this something that can then be revisited at that time to then remove it from our budget in that event, if, let's say, there's a $500,000 that comes in from somewhere else? So I'm just, maybe, it's a weird question, but I want to ask because I don't want there to be a gap in the service for those who need it in the community, recognizing that there's a commitment that it sounds up until the end of 2020, but I'm not sure if staff can kind of answer my wordy question.
I think that's a question more for our finance staff.
Through the chair, so the opportunity I would suggest is through the annual update process, that if it were to stay here and something were to come forward, that you could remove it at that time instead, noting that there was replacement funding if council wished to go that route.
Councillor Salee.
So as we're just kind of, as colleagues are still speaking, I just wonder, put this out there, see what the mover and seconder think. You know, if we were to just support this, you know, and maybe an amendment to that it's ongoing up until in the future where there is some corporate funding that comes up, and then we have that further discussion. But I want to support the, not the motion, but support the funding of this program. So I'll listen to my colleagues and see what they have to say in the interim.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't support this motion to remove this. If we look at the impact on our budget, and I recognize we have to look after every dollar in the budget, but the impact on this budget is 0.01% in year one, and when it's averaged out over the 4 years of the budget, it's a 0% impact on the tax levy. 0% average 4-year impact on the tax levy. And yet, when I look at the business case that's provided to, with the recommendation to remove this, the impact on the people that they've given to us as examples, people that use this program, is enormous. I agree with Councillor Pelosa, this is an equity issue. And the London Public Library is sort of the, I would say, at the heart of the City of London when it comes to equity. Services that the City of London provides make it a more level playing field. The City of London as a community, it's where every single person in the city can go and you're treated as an equal. It doesn't matter what neighborhood you live in. It doesn't matter what your socioeconomic background is. It is the great balancing act in the City of London. And the fact that it is in such high demand, that there's such a wait list, I would agree with the councillors that have said, yes, bring on the donations so that the program can be expanded. 0% average 4-year impact on our budget. So it is a very small investment as for the city that has a huge impact on people's lives. And I hope that the majority of this council will vote no to this business case for this reduction.
Councillor Kaibaga.
Sorry.
Microphone.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I was going to take my name off of the speaking list because a lot of the reasons why I will not support this motion have been addressed, but I'm going to speak because I'm really disappointed to even see this business case on here. I worked with the library in the past. I was on a library board for one split second and couldn't be there because there's a conflict. But the libraries for me there are fundamentals, and I've been, you know, I've talked about this. I've been featured in one of their publications speaking about what a library represented to me as a first comer when I was a newcomer in this country, and what it is to a lot of other people in our community. And like one of my colleagues said, it's a municipality board, and we are in charge of libraries, and this specific motion it's very emotional for me to even talk about it, to see this anti-immigrant, anti-poverty, anti-women, anti-children type of motion be here. That's how I take it.
I got all sorts of people asking for point of orders. A separate board has recommended an option for us, so we have to be careful about the way we talk about things.
I hope that my colleagues will not support this. It's disappointing to even see it on here.
Okay, point of personal privilege.
I respectfully ask the councillor to withdraw her anti-women, anti-immigrant, anti-poverty comments. It's disrespectful of the members of the board who had a discussion around this business case. It's disrespectful of the discussion in general to impinge or to impugn what she thinks was the thought process behind the board member's decision on this. It's completely inappropriate.
Councillor Kaibaga, there's a point of personal privilege. You've heard the councillor's comment.
This was not saying that this is what the thought process was for the board. This is for me what this motion translates to, and I will not take it back.
Councillor Lewis, I'll ask if you accept the explanation for your point of personal privilege.
I do not.
I'll need a second to refer to our procedure bylaw. Colleagues, I'm going to ask for your courtesy of a couple of minutes recess so that I can confer with the clerks to ensure that I follow our procedure bylaw on this. This is the first time I think it's ever come up. It's also 2:30, which is when I said we would break for 15 minutes. So if there are no objections, I'd like to exercise that break while I deal with deal with our procedure issue. Moved by Mayor Holder, seconded by Councillor Kaibaga. All those in favor of the recess? 15 minutes.
Yeah, there might be that.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm going to ask people to take their seats. Okay, so I'll call the meeting back to order after the recess. So I'm gonna articulate my understanding of where we are. I'm gonna ask a question of my colleagues, and then we can move forward with this matter at that point. My understanding of what has occurred is a colleague has raised a point of personal privilege under our procedure bylaw with respect to the integrity of the standing committee members and or the members of external board and commission. I also am of the belief that a member of council feels that a motion before them has caused them to have very specific feelings about that particular motion, and that is not necessarily with respect to the intent of the board or the members of council. And so I would seek clarification from Councillor Kayabaga, which I do recognize that she is welcome to feel the way that she does about a particular business case, that it is not the intent of her comments to levy those on members of council or members of an external board.
Thank you again, Chair. I will repeat my comments as I said before. This comment is not towards any member of the board or any member on council. This is towards the business case that's sitting here.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis, does that satisfy your point of personal privilege?
With respect, Mr. Chair, while I understand my colleague has every right to feel as she feels, by expressing the feelings in the way that she did, it is my feeling that under our code of conduct and respecting staff, that it is impugning on the ethical reputation of the members of the library board the way that the comments have been presented. And so, no, it does not satisfy. I would like the comments withdrawn.
Councillor Kayabaga, are you willing to withdraw the comments? No. So I'm going to make a ruling as chair. And under section 32.4, I will make a ruling. Under section 32.5, I respect every member of council's right to appeal that ruling of the chair and take no offense whatsoever to the implementation of our procedure bylaw. So given my understanding of the situation, and given there's a difference of opinions between two councillors on the intent of this, I am going to rule that that the point of personal privilege is resolved, that it is possible to have two different points of view on this, and that the councillor is referring to the business case with her words and not the intent of the members of council nor members of the library board in their bringing forward of the business case. So that is my ruling on the point of personal privilege, is that it has been satisfied. I see no one appealing the ruling of the chair. Councillor Van Holst.
I'll challenge the chair on this ruling. It seems difficult for us to have before us a business case that.
Okay, point of order. Challenging the chair. Yes, you have challenged the decision of the chair as I articulated it. So we will put a question immediately before council under section 32.5. Shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? If you vote in the affirmative, my ruling is sustained. If you vote in the negative, my ruling will not be sustained, and I will proceed to another section of the procedure bylaw. Okay, we're going to put that up. Shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? And we'll open that for voting since there's no debate.
Councillor Pelosa, Councillor Cassidy. Closing the vote, the motion is lost, 7-8.
Okay, given that my ruling was overturned by council, my interpretation now is that council has felt that a member has.
I'm
Yes.
sorry, Mr. Chair. I should have known better, but I voted incorrectly. So I would ask for reconsideration so that I can vote the right way.
So someone who voted. Deputy Mayor Helmer's. Yes, someone who voted in the majority has to. So you voted in the majority, so you want reconsideration.
I would move reconsideration of that vote, with apologies to my colleagues.
And a seconder. I need a seconder. Councillor Lewis. We'll move to a vote on the reconsideration. Hold on, one sec. There's no debate on reconsideration. Oh, a very quick point of clarification.
Just so that no one else feels that they vote in the wrong direction on this, can you just state for all members the yes vote and the no vote?
Yes, I will after we deal with reconsideration. First, we have to vote to reconsider the matter before us. So that is what we're doing now is a vote for reconsideration of what we just decided, which was not to uphold the decision of the chair.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-2.
Okay, so now we're back to shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? And if you vote yes, you are agreeing with my ruling that the matter is resolved. And if you vote no, I will proceed to other sections of the procedure bylaw. Councillor Van Holst, I assume you're putting that back on the chair, given that we reconsidered it. You're still, okay, we're good.
Closing the vote, the motion is lost, 7-8.
Okay, that's an interesting result again. So again, my ruling was not upheld. So I'll proceed. No, I don't take any offense. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to proceed to, council has not agreed that this has been resolved. The member has refused to apologize. So the next item in our procedure bylaw to deal with that is that the disorderly conduct of a member is section 3.18. And that is a section that allows us to remove a standing committee member or a member who has breached the rules or having not been called to order by the chair. The question shall be put, sorry, one sec first. Right, I missed a step here. So first, before we get to that, council has decided that my ruling was not correct, that it was resolved. Thus, the only other ruling available is that the point of personal privilege should be upheld. The member has refused to apologize for, under section 31.12, offensive language by one member. Insults, sorry, offensive language and insults are prohibited in council. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Just so it's clear, was this not just a withdrawal of comment? It wasn't an apology. Can you just clarify, please?
A withdraw of, yes, a withdraw of comment, or I believe an apology was asked for first. Neither one of those have been agreed to, so we will proceed. The only other interpretation I can make under our procedure bylaw, given that my previous decision wasn't upheld, is the other one, and that is that the other section of our procedure bylaw, which is offensive language and insults, has been broken by a committee member. I believe that the committee member still does not want to change her opinion by withdrawing or apologizing. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, I don't believe that I insulted anybody. I made a comment, like many make comments here in this room all the time, so my comment stands because I did not insult anybody.
Okay, so I'm going through a procedure here, given that my previous decision was not upheld by council, so this is my new decision, and I will proceed to the disorderly conduct section of the procedure bylaw, and that requires us to have a vote that says, yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, sorry to prolong things. Section 32.0 speaks to questions of privilege / points of order. 32.1, rights, privileges, integrity of standing committee members affected. And if a standing committee member believes that his or her rights, privileges, or integrity or those of the standing committee members collectively have been prejudicially affected, he or she shall ask leave of the chair to raise a question of privilege which shall take precedence over all matters, but he or she shall not be permitted to enter into any argument to introduce any motion related to the question of privilege. So that's all it speaks to. There's no remedy identified in this. There's no requirement for it to be resolved. The point of privilege, as it states here, is it can be identified by a member and a resolution can be sought, but that's it. There's not a further step in the procedure manual that speaks to what happens next if an apology isn't accepted or an explanation isn't accepted or there's an impasse between two members on a point of privilege. It's an opportunity for a member to identify that they believe they've been impugned in some way, but I don't believe there's a further repercussion associated with that, and it's not identified in the procedure bylaw.
So I have gone through that section with our clerk staff. I agree with you that there is it does not outline any next steps. I made a ruling that accommodated all of that, and that ruling was rejected by council. So in consultation with the clerks, the only other option before us, given that neither member of the council feels that the matter has been dealt with, or at least the member who raised the point of privilege does not feel it has been dealt with, is that there are other provisions under here that we can proceed with, and that was my intent, because I, in the advice of the clerks, don't see any other recourse to resolving the matter. Otherwise, I will continue to have a point of privilege raised that will not be dealt with, and my point is to deal with it so that we can move on with the meeting. So that's my intent, and that's based on the advice that I got. Councillor Kaibaga. You can ask a question, yes.
Thank you. I guess I'm allowed to also call it a point of privilege because the language that's being used is disorderly conduct, and that's not what's transpired here. I made a comment as a councillor, and it is in my right to make a comment as a councillor. So if you do rule that it's disorderly conduct, then I can also call it point of privilege, because I don't believe that I have conducted myself in any offensive way.
Point of order, Mr. Squire.
The judgment as to what is disorderly conduct or not disorderly conduct, or what the conduct is not judged or made by the persons whose conduct it was. It's the other people in this room. They don't get to say, I said something and it's not what it is. We're going to judge that.
That is, yes. So I'm going to have people stop talking. That is how our procedure bylaw allows us to deal with this. This is not a decision that I get to make under the disorderly conduct section. It is a decision of council, and there would be a vote. So it's my opinion that we should proceed in that way to continue to resolve the matter so that we can proceed with the rest of the business of the meeting. And in that, there is a question that says, shall the member be ordered to leave his or her seat for the duration of the meeting? And that question can be put and is not debatable, and we vote on that. And that should resolve it, because if the member is deemed to stay, we will proceed with the meeting. There is no other recourse under the procedure bylaw, and if the member is deemed to leave, then the disagreement has been satisfied as well. So that is the only way that I see us proceeding and resolving the issue and continuing with the business of council, and that is the way that I intend to proceed, given that my previous ruling was not upheld. I don't see any other recourse under the procedure bylaw. Yes, Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recognize the quandary you're in, and I do have immense sympathy for you in that chair right now. In this section of 32.0, it speaks to both the rules of procedure and points of privilege and points of order. With respect to the points of order, it says that there's a ruling that has to be made by the chair. With respect to the point of privilege, there is no such language. If it's not accepted, there is no further action. The committee continues to move on. No further action is required. It is silent to that point. If it's a point of order, then there's a question for the chair to make a ruling, and then that order, that ruling is the one that can be debated, or sorry, not debated. The question can be put to whether that decision of the chair can be appealed. There is no language with respect to point of personal privilege. So I would suggest that the council procedure bylaw says we just move on, and I think that's what we need to do in the interest of the community.
I appreciate the advice. I'm going to consult with the clerks, and then I will proceed based on their advice. So I'm making an interpretation here that I will seek clarification on. My interpretation is that given the comments of the person who raised the point of privilege, which again I dealt with resolved, and that was overturned by council, thus I don't see it as resolved. I interpreted his comments as him feeling that 31.12 was infringed, which is the offensive language and insults being prohibited. I should have clarified with the councillor on whether or not he felt that was the case, because if he doesn't, then there is no recourse for me in the procedure bylaw. So I'll ask the councillor whether or not he believes that it is the case from his perspective, and then I can make a ruling on what I believe on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to clarify, yes, I do feel that insulting language towards both my personal reputation and the reputation of the board was used in those comments.
Then as the chair, I will proceed as I was before, and that is, given I've asked the colleague and it has been clear that that is not the feeling of the colleague, I will proceed with 31.18, which is the disorderly conduct of members, and we will have a decision of council on this, not a decision of the chair on whether the member can continue. And again, I will remind colleagues, I decided the matter to be resolved. That was overturned. The matter is not resolved, which is why I'm proceeding through other recourses under the procedure bylaw. I really don't want to have more questions, but I think we should proceed with our procedure bylaw as it stands. A point of clarification, Councillor Turner, which I don't think is a thing, but go ahead.
How about a point of order then?
Yeah, listen, Councillor Salih wants to, I'm going to, listen, this is an important matter. We've not dealt with this in a long time. It has happened at council before, and I'm following something relatively similar. It wasn't this term or the previous term. Councillor Salih.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for recognizing me. My question was if you can clarify, so you're hoping to proceed, so we would be voting without debate to eject Councillor Kayaboga from this room. Is that correct?
Yes, because the matter of the point of personal privilege, which included insulting and prohibitive language, which I had ruled was dealt with, was not upheld by council, and thus I'm proceeding to the next portion of our procedure bylaw that will deal with that matter. Councillor Salih.
In light of that, I want us to ask you through the clerks if we can consider section 2.3 to suspend the rules because we have $1 billion to invest in our city, and I think we can move forward, and I believe it just requires a 2/3 majority.
I got a lawyer waving at me. As the chair, I'm going to take the prerogative to ask the lawyer her advice on, or you're allowed to provide me with advice, it's still going to be my ruling.
To you, Mr. Chair, I am happy to provide advice, but it would be done in camera if that's the will of council.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Worship. I'm sorry, yeah. No, Mr. Budget Chair, it's helpful. I can move that. We
Okay.
move it into
motion.
closed session for purposes of receiving advice from our legal counsel.
Okay. Moved that we go in camera for legal advice. I support that before I make a decision on that matter, but it requires a vote of council. We're getting the reason up to make sure it's proper. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Squire. We'll make sure that the reason is up, and then we will vote on moving into camera to receive legal advice on this. We're opening the vote. Colleagues, order, please. We're opening the vote on moving into camera.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1.
Okay, everybody come back to your seats. We're gonna put this back to order. Okay. Under section 31.18, in the event that a standing committee member or member persists in a breach of the rules as prescribed in sections 31.11 to 31.17, of which I have a counselor who insists that, inclusive of this bylaw and having been called to order by the chair, which I have done, the chair shall put the question, shall the member be ordered to leave his or her seat during the duration of the meeting? And such question is not debatable. So given that those conditions are satisfied, in my opinion, I am putting that question on the floor for council's consideration, and I'm putting that on the floor, and I'm not taking points of order.
Can I ask a question about what a meeting means?
A meeting is this meeting, and this meeting is the 6 days of this meeting, which is a continuous meeting.
Thank you.
And there is a remedy to this, should it pass, and that is in section 31.21. If the standing committee member apologizes, the chair, with the approval of the standing committee, may permit their return to their seat. So, to me, in my opinion, I'm putting this question forward. It will resolve the issue one way or the other, and it will be the committee's decision. So, there's no debate. It will be up on your screen, and I'm calling the vote. Read the question carefully so you understand which way to vote before you vote.
Closing the vote, the motion is lost, 4-11.
So, the member stays, the matter is resolved. We will continue with the agenda. We are on business case number 30, for those who may have forgot, which is the Wi-Fi lending hotspot program. We have a speakers list at the Hopkins was on it, yes. Hopkins, Lewis, Lehman. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to speak to why I'm not going to be supporting Wi-Fi and hotspots. And one of the reasons I heard loud and clear from the library delegation is that there is a waiting list for this program. That means a lot to me. The other part I heard loud and clear was equality. And that is something that I think resonates when we talk about libraries. Not talking about Wi-Fi in community centers, we're talking about Wi-Fi in libraries. I know, I was glad to hear as well that there's opportunities that you'll be seeking stakeholders to incorporate them in the program. I think the more we have community collaboration with other stakeholders, the better we are. I really would encourage you. I know Councillor Van Holst spoke about the program at London Housing Community Centre and the work that was being there. So it is, it can happen. I want to speak a little bit about why this is important to libraries, and I'm going to speak about it from my perspective as an immigrant to this country and what libraries represent. And I heard Councillor Kawabaga's words, but as an immigrant, I also felt her words. Libraries mean a lot to not only immigrants, but to the whole community. It's a place that we feel that we belong. In my day, it was a place that you can walk down the street and just pop in and feel secure and safe and pick up a book. Now we can do a lot more in our libraries. So I would encourage everyone here not to support the elimination of this program.
Councillor Lewis and then Lehman.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, I want to echo some of Councillor Cassidy's comments about the wonderful spaces that libraries represent in this community. Because they absolutely do. And I love being a member of our library board. I love seeing all the amazing programming that's offered to people of all ages, backgrounds, skill levels. It's a fantastic place, whatever branch you're at. However, with this program, I think it's important councillors step back from the perception and think about the actual facts behind this. There's no income test to borrow these hotspot devices. If someone has a $500,000 or $1 million income, but chooses to use their library card to take out one of these hotspots, they get them in the order that they're lined up in. Because the library does not think about that when we lend materials to anyone, whether it's a book, a DVD, or a hotspot. There's no income test. Everyone is welcome at the library. I absolutely agree. Libraries are a vital community resource for our children as well. You know, as somebody who's a foster parent, I've seen what they've meant to children in the foster system. They're an incredible resource. And I hear about access to Wi-Fi in our buildings, and you know, we have Wi-Fi in the City Hall. When we talk about equity issues, we have Wi-Fi in some community centers, but not others. But aside from that, we will continue to have free, publicly accessible Wi-Fi in our library buildings. We will continue, in fact, to have free, accessible to the public computer systems, printers. In fact, we're going to have a musical instrument lending program in our libraries. Our libraries are going to continue to offer lots of great services. But I come back to the same point that I made to Museum London. And in fairness to them, I said, were we your first ask, or did you investigate other sources? And the same is true with the Wi-Fi hotspot program. We became the first ask in the base budget. And when the board was asked to look for reductions, we went, we can look for other places to fund this program from. The city does not have to be our first ask. And I will again reiterate back to the principles of good budgeting for this city, not backfilling on changes in funding that the provincial government has made. The city has never funded this program. It was funded through a provincial pilot project. The pilot project has ended. There is no new money available. So the first ask was to come to us. That doesn't mean that if we say no, the program ends. And I said this in my initial comments. I'll be one of the first in line to help the library staff secure that sponsor that I am confident is out there in the community who will step up to fill this need. But it has never been in our municipal budget until today. And to imply somehow that we are cutting a service that was never in our budget in the first place is just not factually true.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I just have a question for library management. Does the public have internet access through publicly available computers at the library?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, in the libraries, at all 16 branches, the public has access to internet for free.
Okay. Councillor Helmer Van Holsten Squire. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Helmer Van Holsten Squire.
If you'll indulge me, I got a couple of comments about how the budget deliberations are going so far. I think we need to get our act together, people. This is, of course, an important program. It's $47,000. And we've now spent a very significant amount of time talking about it. One of the things that I found very frustrating in the previous multi-year budget process was when we had the community grants program and we had a lot of time, like very significant amount of deliberations and presentations about small individual amounts of money. Yes, of course, they add up to a lot of money, but we're really taking our eye off of the bigger picture things that are frankly more important in the overall budget. So I want to say that at the outset. I know we're dealing with these reductions, we're going through them piece by piece, and I think we have to do that. Everything has to have the kind of due consideration that it requires, and I'm going to be, as anyone who's new to the council horseshoe may not know this yet, I'm very annoying in the budget process. I'll bring up everything that I want to know about a particular budget case before I decide if I want to support it or not. I'll go into the base budgets and ask questions about those things too, because I think we have to have this due diligence approach to these things, and you know, each one of these things is different. Some of them I'm supporting, some of them I'm not supporting, and I know that can be frustrating for people who just want to get on with it, but I don't think that's going to happen. On this specific program, I think it's a good program, and I think it's worthy of support from the property tax base. So the specific purpose of the program is to break down digital divides between people who can afford internet at home and people who can't, right? That was the purpose of the program. It's targeted at students who don't have the technology they need to really thrive, newcomers to Canada who need assistance, seniors who are on a fixed income, adults who aren't able to afford internet at home. Like that's like in the design of the program, that's what it's intended to do. That's in the business case that's before us. So I think if the program were to disappear because we didn't fund it, for example, who would be negatively impacted? Those people. I think it's pretty likely that the people who are trying to target with the program are the people who are being targeted with the program and are using the program. I don't really have any numbers in the business case to support that, but I mean, if the program is being successful, I think that is very likely. I think it's really important that people have access to high-speed internet at their home and that they don't have to go to a public facility to access it. And I think it is perhaps difficult for people who have never had the situation where they can't afford internet at home to realize how important that could be for people, right? It's really enabling a lot of activity. I think it's treating people with dignity that you know, forcing them to come to some other location is just not the same kind of approach. It's obviously a very popular program, like there's a big waiting list for it. And so I do think seeking donations, as the library has already done, is a good idea. And if they can make more of these things available, great, they can meet the unmet need that is in the community. There's a huge backlog for them. There's also alternatives to just sort of yes or no on the business case, and I just want to raise it. This seems like an appropriate time. We could push it off, like we could cover it for this year and next year, and not year 3 and 4, right? We don't have to do the whole thing. You could do half of it every year, right? These are options. People can make amendments to things that are in front of us. You don't have to just say yes or no on what's in front of you. So for example, if people are okay with funding it for this year and next year, and that gives time for some private donation to mobilize, and that could take the pressure off the tax levy, great. You know, maybe that's a compromise position that people could support. It doesn't mean any impacts on the program right away. It might save us some tax levy in year 3 and 4. So I'm gonna support the program as it is. I'm not gonna support this business case, which is to cut the funding from the city for it, which we have so far approved in the base budget for the library. And I can understand why people don't agree with that. I mean, people are gonna have different opinions about what programs are important and what should be supported with property tax money. I think this is a great program. I'm gonna support it.
Councillor Van Holst, Squire, and myself.
Thank you. And to just illustrate the position where we're in, maybe I could go through you to our treasurer to provide me the answer that I asked before. It's just about people's ability. We're talking about people's ability to pay, and if they're on a fixed income pension, how much will that pension be increasing?
I believe that's the question you asked before. I did get confirmation at the break that Ms. Barbaum can provide a response to you, so I'll go to the treasurer now.
Thank you, through the chair. We were able to look up that information, and they are indexed with CPI. So on page 24 of your budget document, the forecast for the CPI is listed in the document, and on average, it's going to increase 2.1% over the course of the multi-year budget.
Okay, so thank you. So this is an important point because our budget is looking to increase that in excess of 4% per year. So we're in a position where those people, as a result of the budget we're likely to pass, will be having less money. And those are the people who are vulnerable. And so many of the groups that Councillor Kayabaga suggested this case was anti will be affected if we leave it in. So we're struggling in either way. We're doing our best to help those disadvantaged people. And so we need to remember that. As I look at this, I want to comment on Councillor Cassidy's logic. It's only less than $200,000, then compared to our budget, it's zero. Well, if we went and asked everybody to break their budget into items that were less than 200,000, then they would all be essentially zero. But that wouldn't allow us to pass the budget in its entirety and have no impact on the levy. Obviously, these things add up. This particular program, again, isn't indexed as, or there's no income requirement for this program. Councillor Lewis suggested that, but if if I had a cottage and I just wanted to have internet at the cottage, I could go and get one of these things, and so that's how it could be used as well. So there's other ways to deliver internet to people that are in need of it, and I gave an example of a program that both Councillor Hopkins and I witnessed. So there's other ways to go about that. So I think we should let this one go. It was the suggestion of the library. I'd also point out, when I'm looking at these budgets, I see three kinds of arguments. There's representative arguments, how many people want these? There's the practical arguments, can we afford it, is a good idea? And then there's the moralistic arguments. And I'm gonna try to avoid those, except for ability to pay, because my self-righteousness, I won't, that doesn't get us any money. I may present a moral high ground, but I can't use it to generate hydroelectricity. So those things, there's a moral imperative for everything, no matter which way you look at it, and this one here too. And so I think we may be better off if we relax those and look at the practical issues here, because I think we need some really good ideas and some really creative solutions for us to bring this down. And so I hope we can do that. But thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Councillor Squire.
I'm going to apply the same criteria I apply here as I apply to anything else. And by the way, if it's $10 or $1 million, it's going to get the same application of logic that I use. I hope we can start to take the emotionalism out of some of this debate. I think it's very dangerous to start saying this program, if we take it away, is going to cause a social ill, or if we put this in, it's going to solve a social problem without any real evidence to substantiate that. There's a lot of speculation. Well, if we have this Wi-Fi and into people's houses, it's going to solve this problem. We don't know that. We just don't know that. So what I'm looking at is this a core responsibility of the library? Well, the library didn't think so because it was not started by them. And I have a lot of respect for the library and the judgments they make. And by the way, they have internet in the libraries that I would think people use a lot. Would I like to have internet at home? Would other people like to have internet at home that was from the library? I'm sure they would. But is that the responsibility of our library system? I say no. I say no. I say there's larger priorities for a library system than to do that. And if this was something different that I thought was a job of the library, I would support it. The other thing is, in terms of getting our act together, I'm really trying to keep my act together. I'm focusing on what my criteria are moving forward, and I'm not going to make emotional arguments. And so I hope that is trying to keep my act together.
Okay, I have myself. I'll just make a couple of comments from the chair, and I'll continue with anybody else who wants to speak. So this one, in listening to the comments of my colleagues, it's a little bit tricky because the library has made a commitment to say, listen, we're going to go out, we're going to try to fund this program with some donors. We think it's a great program. People will be very interested in supporting it. Seems to me like, great, that's a pretty safe thing. We can pass a business case, require the reduction. Hopefully they're successful. What I hear is some colleagues not willing to take that chance and have what is seen as a valuable program in the community not occur. And then if they come back with a subsequent ask, then we're dealing with a potential levy increase the following year if we value the program and they're not able to meet the funding requirements that they have. So a bit of a tricky dilemma to navigate. So there's a couple of options that we could pursue that may bring more colleagues together on this. The first is we could reject the business case, allow them to have the funding, and then should they come forward with a private sponsor who wants to sponsor it, reduce their subsequent budget ask in a future budget update. We could also do the opposite, and that is we have money from the surplus that we've allocated to the budget process. We could provide some support on a one-time basis to give them time to go out and seek sponsors. Frankly, that is pulling it out of the budget and then, potentially having to put it back in with the levy reduction. It kind of goes a little bit against the principles that our treasurer talked about at the start. But we have a couple of options before us that hopefully bring us all together, because I think what everybody is unanimous on is this would be a great program to see in our community continue. The debate is, should we be funding it with a tax levy at this time in this way, given that there's some potential for maybe some private sector sponsorship of what seems to be a program that I could see some attraction to wanting to have your name attached to. So I just throw that out there. I'm not going to leave the chair and make motions on that, but I see some commonalities in our comments, and I don't think we're as far away apart on this as we can, and maybe it's just a matter of the process that you want to follow to get there. I'll look to see who else wants to be on the speakers list. Okay, if there's nobody, then we're just going to vote. Sorry for killing the debate. No, Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Sorry to kill the debate, but I just would like a bit of clarification. If you do support this program, you are voting no.
That's right. This is a business reduction case. So if you vote yes, this will be withdrawn from their submitted budget. If you vote no, it will stay in their budget. I'd like the vote open, please. Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 9-6.
Okay, so we're still in the cultural business cases. That concludes the library items, and thank you very much for being available to answer those questions to the library staff who are here. I know we have one other item in the business cases later on. You'll have to stay tuned for that. We have business case 32, Museum Lennon exhibitions and program reductions. This is the Museum Lennon related reductions business case. I look for a mover and a seconder for that, and then I can put you on the speakers list. So who would like to move and second that? Councillor Squire, Councillor Lewis, and I'll go to Councillor Pelosa first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff and perhaps to the museum, looking for clarification as we did not pass the provincial portion, looking to see how this does affect, and if it does affect this business case, wanting to make sure that if we pass this potential reduction that they're not getting dinged twice, that they already lost funding and then we're taking away more funding. So just looking to the treasurer for a clarification. Okay. And if that number needs to be revised if there is such a change.
Sure, so potential overlap of the provincial item and this item.
Thank you through the chair. So when this business case was submitted, the reduction was submitted based on the entire budget, which included the provincial impacts. So given that the provincial impacts portion was not approved, then this business case is actually double counting some of the reduction already included. So I understand the revised number is 182,000 instead of 236.
I'm just going to confirm with the mover and seconder that they're good with the actual revised number, otherwise we'd be double counting. Yes and yes. So you'll see the number related to this business case be the new number that the treasurer confirmed, given that we already passed the reduction from the provincial impacts portion. So Councillor Pelosi, you can continue on if you like. No? Speakers list. Councillor Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Well, I'm hoping that colleagues will not support this particular one. A lot of the rationale for the provincial impacts was this is provincial funding and people don't want to cover it. That's not the case for the remainder of this business case. The costs that are above the 1.5 are an increase in the fee for service arrangement with the City of London, and a decrease in the museum's endowment fund contribution to meet the conditions required by that fund. So essentially they can't be providing as much money from the endowment fund as they have been in the past because of the rules on the fund. So, you know, this would be a cut to the services that are currently funded by the municipality, and I don't think that that's a good idea, especially given that we've already not covered the provincial impacts on some of these same programs.
Any other speakers? Okay, so this is moved and seconded, noted the revised amount of $182,000. I will open that for voting. And again, this is a reduction business case, so yes is supporting the reduction, no is supporting leaving it in the budget.
Councillor Van Holst. Closing the vote, the motion is lost, 7-7.
Okay, that concludes the culture section of the budget, 4.1A, as well as the additional things that Councillor Pelosi pulled forward into that. We've still got time to continue on, so I'm going to start the economic prosperity section of the budget, 4.2A. In 4.2A, you will see 5 related components of that budget for the different economic development related agencies. Are the ones that fall under economic prosperity in the city, including economic development, community improvement and business improvement areas, RBC Place, Tourism London, Sports and Attraction, and Covent Garden Market. Would anybody like any of those dealt with separately in the budget? Councillor Turner.
Tourism, if we could.
What? Okay, I have a mover for the balance. If no one else wants anything pulled, and that's Councillor Salih. So Councillor Salih is going to move basically everything except tourism. Seconded by Councillor Van Holst. Any discussion on those base budgets? And we're just doing Part A right now. Yes. No? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 13-0.
Okay, tourism, sport, and attraction. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Salih, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Discussion on that. I believe, Councillor Turner, you wanted that one pulled separately. Let me know when you'd like to be added to the list. So far, I have no one, so would you like to be on the list? Okay, Councillor Turner.
I'm assuming that tourism, sports, and attraction includes the fee-for-service for Tourism London. Is that correct?
I'll have Mr. Murray or Ms. Barbone confirm that.
Through the chair, that is correct, yes.
I'd like to propose that the amount requested be that net less $200,000 as a result of the municipal accommodation tax increases to the agency.
So, Councillor Turner would like to reduce specifically the Tourism London budget by negative $200K, correct? Okay, we'll get some wording for that. Is there a seconder for that motion? Yes, there is a seconder, and Councillor Hopkins. Yeah, this is considered an amendment since I already had a motion on the floor for the item. So just so colleagues are clear, this will be an amendment to the motion that has been put on the floor by the other colleagues. I will start a speakers list for this while we get the proper language up. And if anybody needs to see any sort of magic spreadsheet impacts, I know our staff could work on that, assuming you gave them a bit of a heads up to prepare it. And Ms. Barbon wants to make a comment. I'll go to her.
Through the chair, could we request clarity just so we can prepare our notes? Is it 200 to the what year, and what is the reduction, just to confirm for us, please?
Yes, I'm sure the treasurer's asking, is it a base reduction in year one that carries through, or are you looking 200 per year? So she's just looking for some clarification on that. Councillor Turner.
The base budget is approximately $2 million in each year. It would be reducing that base budget by $200,000 and carries through. So the operating budget would be $200,000 less than indicated in the sheets here.
Okay, I think you have the clarification you need. I have Councillor Lewis on the list, and I'll look for other speakers.
Thank you, Chair. This is very simple, colleagues. You should not support this amendment. Our memo of agreement with Tourism London is in black and white. I presented it to this council at a meeting last year, and it is very clear. The municipal accommodation tax portion received by Tourism London cannot be used to replace their core operating budget. It is to be used for new initiatives, promotions, and events. And through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask our staff, and I think Mr. Stafford can speak to this, if in fact that agreement is in place and has been approved by this council.
So I'll go to, this is where I make eye contact. Someone makes eye contact with me and they get to speak. Mr. Stafford.
Through the chair, yes, that's my understanding.
Back to Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So you're taking an organization that's generating economic benefit, and you are proposing that you're going to cut its budget, is what you're doing with this amendment. The municipal accommodation tax is not an addition to Tourism London's base budget. It cannot be used to pay staff salaries. It cannot be used to pay for anything that the organization was already doing. It's for new initiatives. And in fact, the board has in place a municipal accommodation tax committee, which reviews asks that come in from community partners on how that is spent. It's not the board that initiates spending requests. These are brought forward by partners, you know, and it could be Sunfest, it could be whomever that wants to expand, do something different. Last year, the Air Show received quite a bit of support. Obviously, if we want to continue to attract not just national, but frankly, world-class events like the Junos, then we have to allow for the municipal accommodation tax to be there for these extra efforts, not to undermine the efforts of Tourism London by actually reducing what will amount to, you know, operational reductions. So through you, Mr. Chair, I see that we do have our Tourism London folks here in the gallery. So through you to staff, I'd like to ask if you know, if your budget is cut by $200,000, what is the impact on your operations?
Okay, go ahead. Oh, Mr. Stafford, I assume you want to start and then kick it over if you need to.
Yes, through the chair, thank you. So I will ask Ms. Finn to explain the impact there, but we have presented a budget that we believe is the budget that's needed to provide the service that we provided to Londoners for the tourism portfolio.
Is there anything to add?
through you, Mr. Chair. In preparation for this process, we did go back and look at our budget. We've come in at no additional increase, no additional asks, and in fact came back with money towards the city, came back with some findings that we found through savings, through mostly changes in staffing. So in preparation for that, if we were to go back and cut, it would severely impact our operation, including staffing. So it would have definite impacts on our ability to carry out our services.
Okay, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just wrap up here by saying, we asked our boards and commissions to come in at 1.5% annual average increases. Tourism London's average annual increase for the duration of this multi-year budget is 0.2, not 1.5, but 0.2. They're one of the few boards and commissions, and I will say, I know that RBC Place is here too. They're one of the other boards that came in at or below what we asked them to, but many did not. And so now we want to penalize boards that actually exceeded the target we gave them, while other boards are well in excess of that. And I fully support London Transit catching up on the years of underfunding, but they're at an average of 5.9. Tourism London is at 0.2. So I think it speaks very clearly to the fact that they've done what we've asked them to do. And to bring the the municipal accommodation tax into the discussion is simply, frankly, not factual, because we can't use the money for that.
All right, I have Councillor Van Holst. I believe you put up your hand for this, yes? Van Holst, Sally Hopkins.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the amendment. I think Tourism London's doing a great job. Cutting their budget by 10% would impact that greatly. I think they're doing super work at putting London on the map. Maybe they're doing second to Google. They're getting us on the map for some great things, and they've been mentioned by Councillor Lewis. I was out at the Continental Cup as well recently. So the more that people come to see London, the more they're going to like it. The more we're going to get conventions here. The more we're going to get the tournaments. So we really need to be looking at them to be bringing in revenue for this city, and I guarantee that revenue that they bring in will outpace a $200,000 savings in any year. So those are my comments.
Councillor Salih.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a follow-up question to the question asked by my colleague to Tourism London. So, I don't want to misquote them, but did I hear that there could be an impact to staffing? I just wanted that to be very clear, if they can articulate that a little bit further.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, absolutely.
And thank you for the response. So I think my answer is easy. I'm not going to support the motion. I'm not fear-mongering, but I'm not going to support a motion that's potentially going to find people out of work. I think this is a sector in the city that does a great service to our community. It continues to pump millions of dollars into our local economy. I've had the privilege of sitting on the London Tourism Board, whether it's Juno's, different events, sporting events that come into our community. I think we're doing a disservice by saying we don't want to continue to fund and to scale back. I actually want to give them more money. If I knew there was support around the horseshoe, I would have actually brought forward a motion to actually bring more money, but I know that's not going to happen here today. So I encourage you all to not support the motion to reduce, because the reality is we're going to see impacts to service, and we're going to see a reduction of staff potentially, and that's what I heard loud and clear here today. So I encourage you all to not support this motion.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a follow-up question regarding the $200,000, the municipal accommodation tax amount. And through you to staff, would the Tourism London receive any money from that accommodation tax fund?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, so the municipal accommodation tax raises the tax on the amounts through the hotels. Those are paid to the city because the city has passed the bylaw. And then by legislation, we are required to share 50% of the tax collected in any given year over to Tourism London as our tourism entity. So the 50% share is not reflected in their budget. That goes over to them, held in their reserve fund until they determine by agreement how they wish to spend that. And that money is through the agreement, under their purview to determine how they spend it. And does have to be spent for tourism purposes, although that is defined broadly in the legislation.
Thank you. So what I've heard here, we are taking some of it out, but there's opportunities for them to get some of it back through the accommodation tax fund.
Through the chair, so this budget is their base budget. It does not reflect anything related to the municipal accommodation tax itself. That is held in a separate reserve fund that they manage for their 50% share. This is their base budget to support their staffing and general operational needs.
Councillor Squire.
I've had a chance to look at this, and there's a couple of things. First of all, in terms of how they've handled the money from the accommodation tax, which by the way I didn't support, they have a plan in place, a very strict procedures in place as to how they're going to spend that money. I just want to contrast that with us. I think we've already spent all our money that we collected. I mean, we were not frugal with our money. We just sort of, it was first come, first serve, and people got the money. So I'd like to congratulate them for being more financially responsible than maybe another body. The other part of it is I appreciate the separation of the two monies, and so I'd love to cut, but if I thought it was called for. The other thing is you're well below the 1.5, which is fantastic. I congratulate the library for that, so you deserve absolutely the same. So keep up the good work.
That exhausts the speakers list. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for clarification through you, can the agreement be amended that in such a way that would allow for that $200,000 to be used on operations?
Ms. Barbon.
Through the chair, the agreement was passed by council in conjunction with the Tourism London Board. The legislation does require that any monies that are spent from the municipal accommodation tax be spent on tourism. That is, I don't believe there's a very fulsome legal definition on that, but yes, council could choose to do that and work with tourism to amend.
So just to be clear, my intent is not to propose anything that would see anybody out of work or see any reduction in complement at Tourism London. With respect to the overall budget for tourism, the municipal accommodations tax transfers between $1.5 and $2 million each year. Their annual budget is $2 million. So we saw almost up to potential 100% increase in budget. Now, whether or not that's used on operations or for through reserve or whatever, it's still monies that are transferred from the city to the tourism entity. There are opportunities through this, and I think it's quite reasonable. And I mean, when we first saw the discussion about the municipal accommodation tax, in my mind, the number that I would put forward was much higher in my head. I tried to come up with something that would be reasonable, leave a significant amount of funding remaining in the transfer from the municipal accommodation tax for tourism to be able to work with. So that could be anywhere between $1.3 and $1.8 million each year, even after taking $200 and transferring it to support operations. I think that would be an appropriate way to go forward. If the agreement between the city and tourism cannot be amended, then I don't think it would be appropriate for this motion to go forward. But in this circumstance, I think it's a nominal amount to be transferred from the MIT into the operations. And it's also a low enough number that it doesn't create any risk from a loss of revenues or changes in revenues associated with the MIT on a year-to-year basis.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis, again.
Thank you, Chair. Through you.
No, actually, Councillor Lewis, my mistake. Deputy Mayor Helmer was first.
Thank you. I'm not sure, I don't think I'm going to support the motion that Councillor Turner has raised, although I generally agree with the idea of slowly weaning off some of the tax support for Tourism London so that we can rely on other sources of funding for the tourism entity. So I actually like the direction. I think Tourism London has kind of done that already by making some small movements on that front, and I think that that's good. I wanted to see a business case for reductions on this issue so we could see something that the organization would actually propose. And I know that that failed at council, and I think what we have instead is, you know, they made some adjustments to their base budget anyway, despite the fact that there is no business case for reductions. In the absence of the business case, now we're just sort of coming up with numbers and trying to decide what to do. I think 200,000, the reason I wouldn't support it is it's too much too fast. And I think that that's too much of an adjustment. If we were going to make something, a change of that magnitude, we really need to deal with the reserve, like the rules around the reserve fund first, I think, before we dealt with it in the budget. I do think, though, that the real benefit to having the municipal accommodations tax is that it takes out those one-time requests for bid fees. And really, I think that's where we have kind of lost the discussion around how this is beneficial to the tax levy. In the past, when we were dealing with those bid fees, they get financed from operating budget contingency reserve or some other one-time source, usually the contingency reserve. And over the last, I don't know, 8 years, there's been a bunch of them. They're only usually paid when they're successful. Sometimes they're not successful, but I think it's something like over $1 million in bid fees just in 8 years, right? And that's like an average of $150,000 a year. So I guess my question through the chair is, have we already accounted for that? You know, we've eliminated that probably as a future source of draws on the contingency reserve. Have we already adjusted the contingency reserve to accommodate the fact that we're probably not going to get as many of these bid fee requests now that the municipal accommodations tax exists? Because if not, I think that's actually where we could add it into the budget, is to say, listen, let's shave that down a bit, because I don't think that that's going to be necessary. How much? You know, maybe only $75,000, you know, is appropriate. We don't really know exactly how that's going to work out, but that doesn't do anything to Tourism London's budget, but it does benefit the tax levy. I personally think that's where the savings are going to come from the MAT introduction in terms of what Tourism London's using it for, because they are primarily using it for funding tourism projects that we might also invest in, and then doing the bid fees and those kind of things. So I just asked through the chair about to what extent that's already been accommodated in the contingency reserve.
Ms. Barbon.
Thank you. Through the chair, in the past, when those bid fees came up, they were generally things that would come up that were unknown at the time because they were reacting, and then they would need to come to the city to fund the rest of the share because they did not have that money. The other disadvantage was it would then be in a public report, and we would be tipping our hand as to how much potentially we would be contributing to draw to the events. So what I can confirm is there are no amounts set aside in our future contingencies for bid fees or anything of the such, because the intent through the agreement is that Tourism London, with their portion of the MAT fund, would be able to plan for those going forward, and they would no longer have to come forward for the City of London. So we do not have anything set aside for that purpose as a result of the change with the agreement and the MAT funding going to tourism.
Just a brief follow-up. Can you give me a sense of what the magnitude of what the adjustment was to the contingency reserve? I realize it's kind of tricky to do, but just so I think people can appreciate what the benefit was of establishing the MAT on the tourism side, because it really is on the bid fees side. And I know it's lumpy, but I just get a sense of what the magnitude was on an annual basis of what we thought we were including before.
Through the chair, I don't know what that is off the top of my head. We'd have to go back and look at what the historical bid fees were to look at that. But certainly when we look at a contingency, we were looking at it from a global perspective. So we would adjust to other issues as we become aware of them. When it's not allocated specifically, we have other things that it would lower that we might be putting something in for. So it's a bit of a challenge to give you a number right off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
No problem. We have 6 days left, so I'll wait for an update later.
Hopefully only 6. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and Deputy Mayor Helmer. Actually, covered most of the point I was going to raise, which is the savings that we're realizing through not having to have tourism come every time they need a bid fee. But since we have the advantage of having them here today through you, I'd like to ask if they could perhaps provide a couple of examples of recent successes where we have not had to have Tourism London come before us to ask to front bid fees. I know that the rowing championships, the Continental Cup of Curling have been some successful bids recently, and we've been able to save some money by not having bid fees fronted by the city.
Absolutely, sorry. Through the chair, some of the bid fees covered certainly were for 2018 and 2020 Ontario Summer Games, the 2020 Continental Cup of Curling, which you've all seen in the news is leveraging a very strong bid for a future Brier. The FISU, which is a French name, but FISU basically in English is the World University Games, and we've secured the World University Games Rowing Championships in partnership with Western. We've also supported the CCMAs, we've supported CMAOs, Festival and Events Ontario, as well as the Air Show. There are some asks pending from Canadian Experiences Project and Indigenous project, the Air Show once again, as well as an additional component for the Sunfest, just to name a few. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So just in very quick follow-up then, sorry to keep you standing, Ms. Finn, but in comparison to other competitors that we have in terms of bids, is the new system with the MAT, does that, and I know Ms. Barbone indicated a piece, but do other communities have the challenge of having the bid fees that are being fronted by their municipality made public? Or now that we're able to do this through the MAT, does this help level the competitive playing field for us?
It certainly does. Through the chair, there are 58 communities in Ontario that have an MAT tax, so it brings us in line with the playing field, whereas before we were severely disadvantaged. It also shows a level of trust with events rights holders that we are able to keep that bid process confidential until the event has been negotiated and secured for the community.
Anybody further? Well, we did a wrap. Oh, sorry, Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you. Just wanted to add a couple other lines of reasoning. Our hotels, of course, came to us and said that they were interested in this hotel tax because they saw what would be brought in as a boon to London in their business. And if I ask you, who are we relying on to bring people into London to stay in those hotels? Well, it's Tourism London. So that's how we leverage that new tax that we put in. I do appreciate Councillor Turner's looking at moving us to maybe a place where one day tourism pays for tourism. But right now, it's a strategic investment on us and for us. And by continuing and giving them this budget, we'll gain more and more from it. And then last thing is that these monies are also used to support our volunteers, which are a big reason why London's successful in so many of these events. And so if we take money away from them to buy T-shirts and those small things that they provide to the people coming out to these events, I think that will set us back as well. So remember, even small amounts can be leveraged to make a big difference in this particular community. Thank you.
Okay, that's everybody. Councillor Turner, if you give me a signal you wanted to wrap up, and then we'll have a vote.
Thanks. I've heard a lot of arguments about the benefits of Tourism London, and I'm not going to disagree with any of them. Tourism London does a phenomenal job in this city, and the ability to leverage the municipal accommodations tax to use for bid fees and other things, and quite a few things. In fact, $1.5 million to $2 million each year provides a lot of money to do a lot of things. But I heard a lot of talk at the beginning of this meeting about the opportunity cost and the impacts on our residents within the city. There are no other parallel programs within our purview as we discuss this budget that has an alternate source of revenue. And our ability to create a shift, a mild and moderate shift, that would have no impact on the staffing model of tourism and would maintain it, would decrease by about 10% the amount of funds available for bid fees. But again, a very small amount on that side of the ledger. I heard in the lead up to this budget, we were going to look under every stone. And this is one of those, and it makes sense. It has no programmatic impact to the citizens of London. And where we would see economic benefit associated with tourism activities, the amount of time that that benefit would take to get to one of our citizens, one of our residents, would take a long time through trickle down. It would have to come into our shops and services and stores, and eventually that would have to be able to bolster our economy up in such a way that we saw at the end of the day an increase in tax revenues so that we could then, as a municipality, provide services to our residents. So I see that as a very long and roundabout way towards being able to bolster those programs for citizens. This one just tends to make a lot of sense. So, I mean, for myself, yeah, I'll admit the number is somewhat arbitrary. I picked 10% because it's a round number. It is 10% on both sides. So the impact on the municipal accommodation tax pool of funds available to Tourism London is a small decrease, considering a couple of years ago they had nothing. And saw the total monies available to them double pretty much overnight, or certainly over the course of a year. And that's a lot of impact on tourism. I think that's great. I think it's wonderful that we can, and that also the municipality has the other half of that to be able to invest in tourism-related infrastructure. I think the municipal accommodation tax was win-win-win. But there's an opportunity to draw some of the operations funds for the tourism entity, because the requirement of the act or the law is that half of the funds are transferred to a tourism entity. It doesn't necessarily have to be Tourism London. It just happens to be the only one we've got that we can clearly identify. But it could have gone to any of the other tourism activities that occur within the city. But we chose Tourism London as that agency to be able to disperse the funds appropriately. This one makes sense, but if we're going to go through the budget looking at $14,000 here and there and not look at the opportunity here, I think we're missing a big opportunity. So I'd encourage you to support my amendment.
Okay, so this is on the amendment, which is a reduction to the budget. So just make sure you're aware of that as you vote, and I'm going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is lost, 3-11.
Okay, so now we're on to the main unamended motion for tourism, and it is moved and seconded. Is there any further debate or discussion on the tourism component of the budget? No? Okay, we'll open that piece for voting then.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 13-1.
4.2B is the capital budget for economic prosperity. There are 3 items in it. Is there anybody who'd like those dealt with separately? No? If none, I have a mover in Councillor Sali and a seconder maybe over here in Councillor Pelosa. Any discussion on the capital budget for economic prosperity? No? Seeing none? Okay, we'll open that for voting. Oh, sorry, don't open that yet. Councillor Kaibaga, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question, just to be clear. Is the Dearness Home business case that for the new facility, is this also included in the economic policies or that we're voting on right now, or is that's separate? We're going to deal with it separately.
Yeah, we'll do that. The only business cases that were pulled forward were a couple of reduction business cases that Councillor Pelosa asked us to. Otherwise, all of the business cases, including that particular one, will be dealt with after we conclude the operating budget, unless colleagues make a change. So,
Thank you.
Not included here. Okay, we'll open that now then.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-0.
4.2C is our forecast for 2024 to 2029. There are three items in those forecasts. I'll look for a motion to deal with all of them together unless otherwise stated. Councillor Lewis, Councillor Van Holst, any discussion on the forecasts? No, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-0.
Okay, colleagues, given my comments at the start of the debate, I said I wouldn't intend on starting a new item after 4:15. The environmental services section is next. It's got a number of things in it that likely to have some debate on it. So my intention is for us to conclude the budget discussions for the day and start again tomorrow morning at 9:30, unless there are any objections. I assume that's not an objection, just a hello. I just want to go to our staff. Is there anything that you need to wrap up from the day before we proceed with calling a recess? No? Then I'll just say, again, thank you to all the staff as well as all the members of the boards and commissions who made themselves available today to answer our questions. We appreciate the time, and we appreciate that sometimes the budget process goes quickly and other times it goes slowly, but we will work our way through this over the course of time that we have. And we thank you for being here and paying attention. I will look for a motion to recess until tomorrow morning at 9. Oh, okay, before I do that, I have a question or point from Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Barring a miracle, I think we're going to have a few more days of these meetings. And I'm wondering if we could give some consideration to starting these meetings, say at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, because I think that may accommodate perhaps most of our schedules better. Now, obviously, it's too late for tomorrow. We can start at 9:30, but I'm thinking perhaps for next week, if we might consider a 4 o'clock start and maybe go to 10, if that might make some sense.
Perhaps as a suggestion on this, that's something you've just raised now. We do have scheduled meetings. The idea has been floated. Why don't we just have a discussion about that if you want to raise it tomorrow, and we continue on since we're gonna start tomorrow anyways. That way people have it in its heads that this is an idea you have. There might be some who support that, there might be some who don't, but we'll do it that way. So, motion to recess until 9:30 tomorrow. Councillor Van Holst, Deputy Mayor Helmer, all those in favor? That carries. We are recessed until tomorrow. Thank you.
There. Even get to the last item on the first page. I say, when they're moving slowly, do we have a word for going backwards? Oh. Wow.
There was a funeral, there was 2 hours there.
I understand, but
and then there was this bullshit here that won't happen tomorrow.
I can make a bit of tomorrow morning, that's about it. I want to see the environmental budget. Figured we'd be through that and maybe. Oh, man. Alrighty, I'll see you. Yeah, so see ya.
Is the next 4-year one? Me or Tim?
God, I hope we're not judging progress by how far we got through today. There's like 20 pages in there.